Nyame di ne tumi nam akanifo bi so te sɛ ɔsagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah ɛne wɔn a ɛkeka ho. Na deɛ kyɛn so ne sɛ ɔde nipa bebree na adua ɔman mu na ɔman yɛ akyɛdeɛ bebree. Saa akyɛdeɛ bi ne koko, akyɛdeɛ bi ne sika kɔkɔɔ, dɛnkyɛmmoɔ, timber ɛne deɛ ɛkeka ho. Nanso no sɛ yɛhwɛ a ɛka a yɛbɔ wɔ saa akyɛdeɛ ho no ɛdɔɔso ɛkyɛn mfaso a ɛbrɛ yɛn. Ɛyɛ awerɛhosɛm. Ɔman yi ɛbɛkɔ n'anim a ɛnyɛ MPP, ɛnyɛ NDC, ɛnyɛ akuadɔnkɔ anaasɛ ɛnyɛ ɔmo mu biara. Ɔman no bɛyɛ yɛ a ɛyɛ me no. Sɛ wotuo yi ankorankora yi ɛdeɛn na woyɛ ama ɔman akɔ n'anim so ɔman ho hia wo. Wote ha yi woyɛ aban dwumayɛni, ɛbrɛ bɛn ɛna wosɔre kɔ adwuma. Ɔban dwumayɛni tumi da mpɛm a ma ne bɔ no nɔnso ɛpae mu na ɔda ho da hɔ ɛfiri sɛ ɛnyɛ ɔno dea ɛyɛ aban dea. Na ayɛ na awerɛho sɛ yɛde soboɔ no nyinaa bɔ aban no. Na mmom yɛndwene sɛ ɔman no bɛyɛ yɛ a ɛyɛ me no. Mommɛmfa nsiiɛ, mommɛmfa ahoɔden, akokoduro, ɛnko, ɛmma daakye yɛnkyirima a ɛbɛba no. Ɔmo nso ɛbɛnya baabi pa asi na ɔmo ammɔ yɛn soboɔ. Yɛyɛ ɔman ma yi, yɛmmɔ yɛn ho mmɔden na yɛnyere yɛn ho nneɛma ɔman no ɛhia yɛn. Ne bɛyɛ yie o, ɛnyɛ yie o, ɛfiri me no. Meda mo ase.
The Election Eye. Ne ahwɛfo ne do fɛn ni ayɛkyerɛ democracy The Election Eye. 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 The Election Eye.
Ghana, asomdwe man. Omana nyamedi ni tumi nam akanifo bi so te se osagefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah ene wona ekeka ho na de chenso ne se ode ne pa bebre na adua oman mu na oman ya chede bebre sa chede bi ne koko achede bi ne sika kokko de nchemmo timba ene de ekeka ho nanso no se yehwa eka yebo wo saa achede hu no edoso eche mfaso a ebrɛn eyare hosem oman ebekɔ nanim a enye MPP enye NDC enye akuadonkɔ anase enye omumu bia oman ne beye ya ejeme no se wotuwe ankrankre edien na woye ama oman akɔ nanim so oman hu hia ho woti hei oyo abanjuma yeni ebreben na osori ko adwuma abanjuma yeni tumi da mpama ma ne bono no so epam na oda ho efise enye ono dia eya aban dia na aya na areho se yede sobo ne nyina bo aban no nemum yendwene se oman ne beye ya eyeme no mumie fansiye Miafa hoden akukuduro enko emma dachi yenchirima ebeba no omo nso ebenya bebipa esi na omo ammo yensobo ye oman mai yemo ehomodin na yenre ye ho nyema oman no ehia ye ne beye ye o enye ye o efiri me no edamos.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Ni ayeye ne se yehwe na parliament no wiwi won adwuma na eno ne ofa edikan aye ba behwe behwe se na parliament no ye won adwuma worere ba wie eno echi no ye behwe se na wo be paw ochiame obetena parliament mechire speaker no nso wi a we se adwuma na chief justice baba be bona transfer na wagina nanim akom ntama kyerɛ ɔman na wɔde na adwuma ahyɛ ne nsa anutwam a na efe speaker of parliament no ɔno nso na nkasa abesom na wabɔ MPs ɛyɛ mrahyɛ beguafo no wabɔ ngatrase he a wɔbɛka ntam agina nanim na wɔde na adwuma ahyɛ wɔde wɔn adwuma ahyɛ ne nsa na sɛ adwumadi a ɛba bɛdi ya wompanimfu a wowo hamano so ya ne wombekasa na opanimba akonso wo studio ha ono beso masen na yenga di dwuman wa ha ono ne Ali Baba Dankaberi na ono owukumase breaking news host ne menene wa ha nti nkomo no ye be fiase wo aha na ye wi a mpanimfu a wo hamano so no yenga tonsa afra ono ngabam se wunchi mu afiri nto hwa na se atwa wasuma braso se wode wafiri beto se wo ho nso dedawa dwudwo ho na tie ne yerebai mamisima na manusia enche masang maba.
The Election Eye.
Afro nga yeni wombedi dwuman oba kwan okasa mpanimfo yin ho ne Dr. John Osan Kwapon oye CDD fellow na yabakono wo amatrofo no so aye zoom nea odiso ye Dr. Kwesi Amache Boateng o Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology o kyerɛkyerɛfo wo ho nea otoso ye Dr. Jonathan Esantiochre ono ye political analyst na ɔkyerɛ de wɔ University of Cape Coast. Ni odi so yɛ Dr. Abdul Jalilu Ateku. Ɔno nso ɔyɛ ɔkyerɛkyerɛfo wɔ Department of Political Science, University of Ghana. Ɛno nti saa mpanimfo yi ayɛ krado. Ɛno nti ɛnkyɛ biara yɛde dwumadin no rehyehyɛ so. Na dwumadin ne yɛbɛba ne sɛ yɛdi ho nkɔmmɔ biara no ne yɛte sɛ yɛde mo kɔ Parliament na mo kɔhu ne ɛkɔ so no yɛbɛkɔ na yɛkyerɛkyerɛ mo. Ɛno nti nyabotare yɛbɛba wɔ hɔ. Mamisima na medu wɔ.
The election hour.
Na yenga bei medang dwumadi no ne mfiase ama miwura Ali Baba Dankaberi na mena ne befiase atwetwe nkomo wa ha egori ne de ne befiase wa ha na fe yewie a yenga tua so akompanimfo awo hamano so na fe bere semu no yerma ko Parliament. Ali
over
mejawa mawo
me pese me frɛ wofa
yo
so ojiso
minimu asam
me pese me frɛ wofa na imagine tifo na masre sɛ fasima kyerɛ Parliament as yɛ kasa Parliament ɛde Parliament
Ali waka Parliament ɛne dem ɛne ne mrahye bagua wohwɛ amanyɔsɛm a ɛyɛ bagua huhia pa wɔn ato aba ma wɔn wɔkɔ hɔ na wɔkɔhyɛ mmara. Wonim sɛ amanyɔsɛm ne nyina so paa ne mmara ɛfiri sɛ mmara nka ho a ɛyɛ ɔkwa. Wohwɛ amanyɔsɛm ho adesua a bere Onyankopɔn bɔ ade no ɔbɔ yɛ ngu asase so na obi asɔre a ɔyɛ ne ɔpɛ yo nti biribi ba nipa hu sɛ ɔkwan yɛ nam so no ɛyɛ owu kwan so ɛsane sɛ nea ne ho yɛ den no betima atena asase so. Ɛno nti yɛn nyinaa gye tum sɛ yɛn nkwa ho rekeka. Ɛno nti yɛn hwehwɛ sɛ yɛbɛtew kubi na wɔn agyina ho ama yɛn na ɛno na ɛkɔwɔ ba a wɔfrɛ no government.
Okay
Osi government yɛde yɛn tumi bɛma wo na yɛde ma wo wɔn nso wobɛyɛ biribi ama yɛn. Yɛwɔ government ne hene ɔne ne ayo ɔman no na ɔman no ne gyina no ne abang yo. Ɛno nti yɛsan contract yɛfrɛ no social contract. Osa abang mede metumi ahyɛ wo nsa na mede biribi aka wo ho. Nea mesrɛ wɔ hɔ ne sɛ wobɔbɔ me ho bang ɛne me agapade ho bang na woyɛ saa de na mede wo nidi bɛma wo. Ɛno no wɔfrɛ no social contract. Ɛno nti sɛ abang antuma anyɛ saa nneɛma na kyerɛ sɛ contract na wu. Ɛno nti sɛ abang wɔ hɔ no yɛn fa ɛwɔ mu ne sɛ den ɛte sɛ ɔdodo amamu no wonya Parliament a wɔhyɛ mmara yo ɛsɛ mmara yɛ adwuma. Abang ne bae no ɔbɛhyehyɛ mmara. Ɛno nti na afei nneɛma nipa suro nneɛma ɛha nipa no bebree agyae ɛsane sɛ afei emu ada hɔ. Abang hyɛ mmara, abang yɛ nneɛma bebree. Nti ɛno na wie a abang bɛtete onwuma kuru aho bebree na ɔdodo amamu no ku a ɛho hia papaapa ɛne mmarahyɛ bagua ɛto ɛho hia paa na mmarahyɛ bagua no wɔhyɛ mmara ɛsane sɛ mmara ni hɔ a basabasa yɛ na wɔ hɔ nea ɛnteɛ na wɔ hɔ. Ɛno nti wohwɛ legislature anasɛ Parliament na n'adwuma no Parliament no wɔ ahorow yo na Parliament ni bi wɔ hɔ a wɔn wɔwɔ chambers na bien also wɔ upper house or lower house bi wɔ hɔ koraa wɔ abiesa ne anan yo na yɛn Ghana han yɛn Parliament ne yɛ baako uko English member or upper house, our friend the House of Lords, and our lower house, our friend and on the House of the Commons. Uko America, one parliament, our upper house, our friend the Senate, na one lower house, kumemuno, our friend House of Representatives. Ewuma huru bebre inti ni tie atwamu no ne se legislature no eye parliament no ehemra na democracy ne nkrabata enemra
abusa yesua de wa wusua bi acha ura fibia na wa be makase no afa pen no paper na wa twetwe ya ura parliament house de ya te parliament asi baba parliament so fanso bi ni say
parliament one fasu bebre o hwe ododo amemu a parliament gina ho maniema bebre na ya na nipa werafi parliament ne djuma edi baako pa ne so hyemra na mra no wo hye no parliament hyemra ekomang ne bebia yo enya wo bebia enu nti mra o hye no friend acts of parliament yemra na parliament metumi Emma mensing mpenimfu ya etuetua no wonso wo hyemra nti wobekọ assemblies no wonso wo ye mranketenge wo friend bylaws na nyumeku ahoro wonso ya wo men no nso wotumi hyehye mranketenge na wo ba wo de beto parliament anim na wodi inkato so na yemra eno ni a constitutional instrument and honema it is a parliament yetum esane so parliament na omang ne ma wo ho kwan se won hyemra yo ade na mra wo hye esane se mra ena esiesie omang na ne na kyerɛkyerɛ sane ye ya defa anya saa yebako kantete asoye na ye nim se ade bekyen ana se renkyen wuyi mrahyen Juma wodina parliament was wo won juma ba kwan wo ye representation function and then wogina homa won mensing impesuaso constituencies wogina homa won then wogina homa won ade nyinam won haw won ani da so ni nyina wo nsam enti brano no wokọ mensing ho ko bogwa na wotie won a wo constituency wo won somewhere ha won wotie wi a wo de beto parliament anim a parliament adi hu dwuma ne ete se kwa ben mu na kwa ben aban adi hu dwuma nti wo gina ho ene na wo be hu se parliament no eto de bia ne ma enye won adwuma akora ezan so wo petumin na wo se wo yes adwuma no also wo ye development wo ye akwan parliament bia ne wo ye akwan wo adwuma no se wo hyemra na fe representation function wugina homa ne edi so eye deliberative function so woden samba parliament a woka woka na wohwe wototo nti ube hunsa assembly akọ parliament obobo hu saa eye won adwuma wo kyerɛ won adwene wo wi a won asiginan na enutwa mu no wo sanso ehwe education wo kyerɛkyerɛ nsemu mra wo hye etore bi wo so won atewegu monten so etore bi a na sebe won eni mu adwuma o se sa MP de da bi oti radio so adwuma no ya no da bi woni mu abisa won adwuma ne se wo kyerɛ wonwuma mu wo kyerɛkyerɛ nsam mra won ahyehye gina won asi ni nyina nti wo so won ato apeti won adwuma baako enutwa mu no afei wogina ho a wo so wo ye socialization role sa parliament no ba ko no sabe wonhye mrada wonnim won adwuma wakenkan na ne wo ye wo ho no wonnim ati so wo fantitium wo betetew ama wo hu se yi wonye yi wo ye eyi wo chi eyi wo fa won anonka kasebu a wo kan wo se eye on parliamentary sakrem hwesan eye socialization no wo de wo fintesu part to enum na wanyin abeso abapa bi nipa ko parliament sante to pay ko omua etumi gina ho ne ngapa won no aya asoafo ministers eto de bia onyame won adoma wo so bi mu wo de won aye president vice president yanga hubi wo menwe ha yenwura Akufo-Addo no ye mrahye begwan mu ayi MP ne baako no fi ho obeye dem osuafo minister ofi ho obeye dem president parliament te openti won se no wafuru duapa yenga piano to de na kwetena konwa kese so a ne ochena no pa no de na adwumadi no ode abawie owura mahama no no so ye MP bole bamboy ono so kogina ho obeye minister osan so beye vice president obeye president na wasan ababio nen ha enunti parliament no wo ho a ete se wo ma wani da ho na wo ma waso ete asem na efe wo bre wo ho ase na wusua wo nwuman ha nti parliament no owoni ma bebiri a oye ehu hia papa mechira parliament wo kan democracy dia ne nkrabata ya parliament ejina ho pa eyododo amamu no wo hia parliament isane say democracy no yeko ye ban nyina no wode mra na eka mra ni wa obi bekese forget it engosi aga enti parliament no ehu hia papa ewododo amamu isane say wode mra na ya ade nyina yenga nyene saa ubehu se ejagu na say brason say yehwe parliament niema ne bebre you ba kono nso say wo play oversight role so wo hwe niema abang beye na mechira banga executive president on na asuafo you na ne wo ye biara no it is a parliament hwe obeye budget what about to parliament na parliament omansika sam de it is a wodang parliament wo ye budget what about kwakoto nganim esane say sika na obabe yi ododo sika na wi de a wonga na mu sifo it is a what won sa sha ase you and into nwumadni na ewo parliament ne bini.
Wow. Meaning say parliament very relevant pa na relevance ne be say.
Oh, and na makeka no you wo hwe parliament ho no wo hyemra ho na gina bia obesi no na awie ko wie parliament afei abang kona okogije niema bia to say okosan treaty bi ne niema bia ohia se parliament beja atum parliament enya ntuma ewu afei parliament gina ho wo hwehwe nsemu nsema ha wo man no otume hwehwe what is some biribi etwa mu no wo bubu nkrofo adan wo baabi won MP no ma so ko parliament sempani fo hwehwe no won ka ho asam etore bubu nso osuato nam mframa padan so na wo nse mrahye begwani na owo sa mensin no ode ho asam aba parliament won hwehwe no won ka enu nti parliament no eye adwuma kese a esombo pa
sa 8 parliament ya wo mukui obia ni said we should describe wo mo minima de wa monitor mo ache ye major highlights pa sa 8 parliament we
o hwe 8
parliament we pa
yo ye niema bebre
akabe samfia we so mukoyi
yo ye niema bebre na ba ko a me na wo ye be kai pa ye e-levy
okay
podcast science no ade ba ko a ye ka ho asem na se wo ya banga ya woniema horowa nanga etese wutumi ye na ni nyina hye nkorabata ewo aketewia kese ase mechira umbrella no eno no friend state capacity ene den sana abang si jinai no jina so na ye adwuma yo state capacity na nchichemu ya nan ba ko o se regulatory capacity sa abang shemra na ode mra ye adwuma ba ko administrative capacity sa bang use resources nipa akade sika ne niama no de ye bibi mo man no yo ne edu so ye technical capacity sa bang ye policies no gina so no de ye adwuma na ne atwa to no extractive capacity.
Okay.
Sa bang to me hwehwe sika no de boa ni nnwuma ye na ne wotire ma ene ne toa ya wogige mekira ye taxes na wohwe yi levy na bere so say o men sika akofom enu nti etisi yegige ntoboa no hu say abafu mfiri ye telephone mfiri a phones aye kura yi etisi wogige hu ayi wo frɛ ne de mumu na ye no wogige sika wo ho eye dede ebiri mu se Ghana fo ho kire won anti se wotu SS kan kra me kira dom kuma na wo parliament was original de ne dom kese no so ho no se dabi Ghana fo betimetua eye he na ni nyina kotwa no wonyina rage tu mu se ye hia se sika ne nti woje to ye 1% yo ohanchem baako na saade no kasa ba ho wosi se sika no yi lebi no bra wonye wosi wonsaka bibia adwo o men be fa ne ntama pa afura woje se sika ye hu se angosi aga yo na niema sa adwumedin Thomasum na ya de pa ne se o men biara na nkasa ntume mo no ho modern enhwehwe sika no na de bi on nam aman so stress raden saban engosi hwe na mom woje tu mu se sa mran wo de be adwuma aye adwuma besi ne afei ade ba kwa a epue wo parliament no se wo se we deputy speaker we adwuma wo parliament na se wo eto de bi na wo na wo tro punti na wo chair program wo so won to aba December ba
ko fansem by pa
ne ko wie wo Supreme Court na court no kasai Supreme Court na ye court kase no ana court bia no court kasa ne edi kan wotia ayoshe ne etusu ye bien ayemra
shele ban samrana ba
court kasa ayade ahoro bien ayemra ayoshe mra odi abeto o shall pings obedi so when ni so asotwe wo ho ma ani to wo Supreme Court na court ni je tu mu say David nea etene say wotena say akunwa no so ya utumeto aba ani pa kira won adwene birimu anya ntum ebirimu je tum ene ho niama yempo eno ne mre wo ho na ne ye me de wo sa asam no ho say ye wo niama bebre a obroni bekese gray areas ati ye hwe ne edi ho dwuma ada kwache ba ko ne saaden aninti wo share sa amra no sese ye adwo se obi ye deputy speaker na otena opunti na ohwe ma nyuma no koso ya otumeto aba ensa hwe afei ade ba ko nso ya epue wo parliament ni mu no say MPs ba nan bi wo ko jinai say wo refi ben wo party mu ba san wo party mu wo so wo refi mu akọ party foforo wo ko jina ma wo to nso ya ba primaries ni wo wini wo rekọ eno ba ko nso ye independent ono nso se
so ba party
ono nso ko party mu na wo hwe o man mraponga ye constitution Article 97(1) clause H and G. G and H. Na etrese obiara unya sodai se uri fiu party akwa fa wako ngwaguo. Enunti mpanimfu bi boss ada uru no parliament. Wodo ngasam kodang speaker. Speaker when o se tete wodo wonku ngwaguo. O ma won trans. Wata ma asam no ko Supreme Court na court no kasai court ni se dabi etietia won a wo mensing na woto aban won fa nwudi so esa na se won anamusini no won amana betena fie eba ne sa ehaw nti wo ma parliament wo share parliament speak nhwe no won sa ma womra asam na ntitam asam ko wie o Supreme Court bio na ba court no kasa no o kire se anya ne kwan nen na obi kyerɛ ne saa adwene a ɔsaa asɛm no ho a sɛ ɔrekɔ baabi a ɛyɛ adwene kɛkɛ no wakyerɛ ɔmfii hɔ yɛ nti wɔma no ntenat ɛyɛ hehe me a mete yɛi Supreme Court no kasa ne mete na Supreme na mmom with respect me di obuma Supreme Court no pa na saa asɛm ne baabi wɔ hɔ
one ne nya adwen
me ne court na nya adwene
na so gitu
yo na mmom court no kasa
so gitu
ɛyɛ mmara ɛyɛ ɔhyɛ me ma adwene kakra ɛwɔ ho no sɛ baabi wɔ hɔ a mante me nanom ne magya no na se kakra ɛne dan efisɛ court no nyina so ne sɛ representation aba ne saa ebe haw wɔn a wɔsi nkrɔfo na nan mu no wɔni hɔ de a ɛmoya na wohwɛ constitution a ɛyɛ mrapɔn na ɔkyerɛ sɛ aka abosom abiesa ne wɔkɔto aban so bi ano yare ana sɛ wafi parliament a ɛnte so wɔto aban wɔyin na so mbisasi saa 90 days ne yɛre to kwakoto aban saa de ne sia your representation na ye ni bi
is o manya rep no
na just won anya representation nti nia court na kan no wo de toto ho a na
kan bi so di nan krofo bi ho
na saa ho no no ho but the ho so beti court na so bi anko court ho nko kan jira court ni se saa 90 day rule no me de ho asam aba nti court ndi otene ba bi
nti so bi an click court no a court nim se
bi court nti me ma wo ho me kan jira wo se
eso nim se ba bi chi
sabe obi tietia wo fa ho de so enu nti bra na baka wasam jira parliament court ndi oda ne dem
na so nim se bibia chia ba bi o twa ma obi aba click asa
onim wo na wo baba baka wasam wo baka obetie wasopam na ba bia wo de mra na fa no wo de ba fa enu nti Supreme Court no de na adwene bai ba bi ba ho a me ne court no anya adwene e wo bu kwan so ene se wo kan se ay adwene keke na wakyerɛ na wonim sɛ yɛto aba mobia dodo na na yi ne sɛ kogina hɔ ma yɛn wɔ saa party din mu mfe anan ɛyɛ social contract sɛ kɔmfe anan owu mu nkwa mu gina hɔ ma yɛn aka abosoma asia yɛkɔto aba no wo sɛ wahu ɔdɔ foforo ani love ɛnu nti fa ne sɛ woyɛ MP wɔ bantama a obi adodo nim sɛ ɛyɛ MPP fo na wɔ hɔ dodo pa no wo se kogina MPP anan abosoma asia yɛkɔto aba wo se efede wahu ɔdɔ foforo wɔ NDC nti worɔkɔ me question wo sɛ social contract no wa breaking
okay omo mo soma ho no
won asoma ho no
oni omo ni twaka bia bio
dabi nyania wo pɛ na wo yɛ no wo se konfia nan nsakra wa adwene o wo sakra wa adwene dia ɛni
omo tu nso be sakra
yeho wo se dabi
nti na no susu sɛ nipa ne yes are yen 3 months na ka yen santo aba
it is ofi parliament esane sɛ a divided loyalty nani baako no ehwe tua bieng
baako nso bebo
baako bebo o hye chewa bieng o hye MPP chew so wo parliamenta ofi parliament na o hye NDC chew wahu asam
jade ntine yesi nkyene a ehwo ne yento aba na bantamafo na wo de o me example no munyo mo rep since e be ma we na tran nkyene na akonyana dampan
dabi se ne akọọtụ ne kan se adwene no nipa na kyerɛ wonto aba ne eni ntija na ho na me se ɛhɔ no ma adwene a medwene wo ho ne yɛfoforo yo na obiribi kakra bi wɔ hɔ sɛ sao nipa no wadi nimpeso asofo no wadi wo hwamɔ esane sɛ contract no wa ma enrich watwa so dia ento so tena parliament bra sa adwene no beba wadwene mo pɛ wafi esane sɛ wo hwɛ parties ni nyina wo mra wo ngahyehyɛ ne sɛ wo ya ade bia tia party na wo begina so ayi wadi saadi ye baako yemfa ne sɛ MPP caucus bantama fo aye wo adwene sɛ wore hyehyɛ niema bi akoto aba na wo die NDC fo sunkunim so where ne wo hye NDC chewa wo hɔ no wo betuma ye atena sɛ meeting no wo ma ntram caucus meeting esa ne sɛ bonye undi nti ɛhɔ no kakra no na ɛhɔ no saa na mehu nanen na saade no ka kasa kyerɛ sɛ ruling no ana saa nsɛm no ɛyɛ nkrɔfo bi sɛ parliament wo tumi a ɔyɛ ade nyinaa esa ne sɛ wo mmere bi a friend separation of powers and nti ne parliament yɛn obi mbam wɔ hɔ wonga kasar mi se won hu esane say separation of powers and near this and someone about to friend Baron de Montesquieu na so wura no ade no kan strict separation of powers obiya je to me say anya adwuma strict separation of powers anya adwuma wo wiase ba bia na ne wo ye checks and balances enunti wo ma utumi a wutumi no apon ho kakra de ama adwumaku ba so no nso enhwe no mfa nhwe say wuri ni tumi ntraso yanka ihu se tumi ntraso na ebo man enunti esane so wo ma unya tumi ntraso nti wutumi no wode kakra ma obi no bro no beka serve as a check on your powers.
Okay.
Enunti we parliament na wo hwemra wo mra ni bi wo bi nsa onipa akwa anya wo de ne to sin executive no amfa bill ama wutumi mfa nya adwuma wonye bibia ho adwuma na ba ye law wo betuma ye private member bill. But kai hu say we hear say executive ni get to mu say wo sika wo betumi de apia ye chiana duwa besiwara mu wie parliament mu wie kura etze okọ na executive president ordinance a share ngoma na se anza na ya mra wamfa nhyase a kwasiko no gina kwantia
minister obi ehia ne yonko ntia nti na mre bi atwam omode parliamentarians no de krata bi koto mampani ni ma no so fa nsa nhyase
omang ne mra kire ma ho kwan se wodi bibi brewa obetuma sign obo onzo ya obasandi aba parliament nti aya ensem bebre yo nti nia mihui wo 8 parliament ebining brere mai ho kwan mai nhwe ni ma bebre
but we like a quick one
yo
so what describe is 8 parliament you have describing it say ye nya na seso kra wo mai muda
parliament no hang parliament ni nya bida na nia etene se abebuye ngani wo niam bebre ho and buye ba akwa de abre yang say it is here hwade bi ya wo friend the political question doctrine say niam bebre wo kwa wo ye wo parliament we here say we dwen ho na mode political solution na mode ye na mumfa enye legal solution niam ni bi wo ha it is a court bi wo ha mu am betumi aye na
sorry
so we share political issues na se we out to na wo court na wo ma court be ma wanhwe ne mmiri bebre no na court no ne nsa abaye nkakan nwa abekeka ne nsa anunti akere yen se yere koyen anim yenhwe ne ma bia eye political issues yenfa politics and solve na yanko court if se court ni be ma court ndi obeye na adwuma na obeye na adwuma na akwa akosiwo fe obohu biribi parliament be ye adwuma obonzo obi akokot emma parliament nye na adwuma among bebiri de sa doctrine ni adwuma na meje de se braso se ze Ghana awonso wotu sa na mom
parliament we ebema ye free message nya adwuma ya na wo so mo back niam bia na wo mo anwene wo se bisia sa 8 parliament we bia niam so no ebe hia se ye free message of the constitution be back no more corrections bia na
parliament no nyuma no edoso na so person wo hwe se freemen of the constitution wo baby bia nipa kasa wo ho se eyo man na mrapon a kire constitution no bra so se wo sakrem na niam bi wo ha wo hwe timije de se parliament 9 parliament na adwuma ba akwa yete so ye hwe no se it is executive no to me hwe mranse ye be sakrem na parliament zo dwinbien ho ne ye if se niam ni bi wo ha ehaw it is ye to ho anamom me ametie ade ba akwa ha ma o mem ha ye the Supreme Court it is ye to me the capusi so se nipa du na wo mo se nipa asia na wo mo if say yebuya to
ena ye nteso ye mfa bi nkan ne san
ye de bi kan wa enyam fom so esanze mre bi ani wa o se mfa bi nkan
okay
na mum so ye wo ho akade o mighty United States of Americas one Supreme Court nipa ba akron na tena komaso na wote hoda assembly no wonchichim wonyina atena so
pia mfa practical bi ahwe
kwa ye ba akron na so den na ga na ehu wo hu ye won wo nipa ba akron na ye wodu nson ne de bere ka ho ɛhɔ na nkɔmɔ no
Parliamentary decisions or take here no do no obeka say our implications be ana omo decisions be omo take here
oh parliament decisions be ana o nsusanso na eboya nia parliament ye bia na ekomang ne ba bia sanse mra na wo hye na nia ye nya ye koye ba nyina ye mra me gidi se atiefo ne ahwefo wo ba man ensima ne ba atiefo ne ahwefo ba man ensima ye ba ye ba san atoaso
okay yo e try hona ya no mhwi kakraba ye betra so
The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Ghana, asumdwe man. Omana, nyamedi ni tu.
The Election Eye. 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 The Election Eye.
Nam, akanifo bi so te sɛ wasagefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Anyone a ɛkeka ho. na deɛ kyɛn soɔ no sɛ ɔde nipa bebree na adua ɔman mu na ɔman yɛ akyɛdeɛ bebree saa akyɛdeɛ bi ne koko.
Well, abusia yegusu aya yesom wo hwe obre no a non duabo apa ho sima aduonu 9 1024 sabri pani ko Parliament House omo nai mfie nai sabri na atwede pa na ebe koso ba na enim se o meboburu so sa na nyame ncha de kakra yekurukuru mu a ade be mfiti ase bia wawie omo kwa ne sa ama Ora Monyamfo John Dramani Mahama any the 9th Parliament now be take over. Dr. Mwakwa Babiu.
Dr. Ateku Jalilu awo efri no so yana nkasa.
Yo.
Dr. Jalilu. What's menka? Doc.
TV.
Minim se baby ote no. Also I very poised ba ote. Yen hwe bia na enya no.
Dr. Jalilu.
Bi se eba ne sentina emrashebajafo aduowotwe nwotwe 88 ewo executive nafa se omompe particular minister na omode krata akoto omogege signatories de koto president and my president anti o ho kwan sa minim se de ne a woni ne parliamentarians na adwene dodo na so no mo cabinet ministers omko kache ne so omompe finance minister Ken must go but ono obi se vito power bi se de omanfo ne kan reps ne kan obi pia to nchen sa
oh se ono no tie kunwa so nti ohwe ne ma ebitima bua no ne entumi mbua no obaka wansam ba ne ma ne bi wo ha wo hwe ba kwan no wahwe bi no wahwe se ne ebekwa afa nti menye ni se saade no ohwe na bi ohwe ne ba na amwa wo
fa no ohwe ya wanhwe ni
ni ohwe se opening no ono bra asimun na obema na trans na menye ni se saade no eboai menye ni esane se na nsem bebre wo ho yo esane se na omansikan kontane ne nhyehyɛ no na enkom gayen enunti na bra so se it is opening no tia na odine akumwato na mum omampeni amahokwan
contribute to abenya wo koi downfall and say can weaknesses now
me did say oh ni be hwe makomako hwe literature na wo abatuma nye nonna nkrofota gina so woni ma wo gina so but my ntwa ye homra
okay
yeah ba
The Election Eye.
Ready for something refreshing and great tasting? For your kids' enjoyment?
Angel Cola.
For your graduation enjoyment?
Angel Cola.
Beach hangout?
Angel Cola.
For all your refreshing moments?
Angel Cola.
For your parties, get-togethers, events, and celebrations, enjoy a chilled bottle of Angel Cola. Radio Grandma, today is your day. Over to you.
Thank you. Enjoyment Cola.
Angel Cola.
The Enjoyment Cola. Enjoy all your moments and fun time with Angel Cola. This advert is FDA approved.
Ready for something refreshing and great tasting? For your kids' enjoyment?
Angel Cola.
For your graduation enjoyment?
Angel Cola.
Beach hangout?
Angel Cola.
For all your refreshing moments?
Angel Cola.
For your parties, get-togethers, events, and celebrations, enjoy a chilled bottle of Angel Cola. Radio Grandma, today is your day. Over to you.
Thank you. Enjoyment Cola.
Angel Cola.
The Enjoyment Cola. Enjoy all your moments and fun time with Angel Cola. This advert is FDA approved.
Ready for something refreshing and great tasting? For your kids' enjoyment?
Angel Cola.
For your graduation enjoyment?
Angel Cola.
Beach hangout?
Angel Cola.
For all your refreshing moments?
Angel Cola.
For your parties, get-togethers,
Mini sika koko, den chemo, timba, any dear keka home. Nanso no, say yesha, a car, your bossa, a chedi huno, a dorson, a chain faswa, a brain, a arahosem, or mine, a becon anymore, and ye MPP, and ye NDC, and ye Kriadonko, and I say, and your mubia, or mine be ya, as ye may know. So to way Uncle Cray, a dear na woje, ama on my akonanim. So, on my who here. What ye, or your abanjuma any, a brabane, and now sorry, quite Juma. A banjuma any to me damn pema, manipon on son, a pem, no down the hall. If you say a non dear, a yabandia, na ayana a reho. Say, ye de suboni na bo aban no. Emum, ye say, o mine be ya, e ye me no. Mummy fancy ye, me fa hoden, akukudro, enko, emma dachi, in chima, e beba no, omo so ebenya bebipa esi na omo ammo ye subo. Ye o my may, ye mo homodin, na yenri ye ho, nyema o my no, ehia ye, the be you, enye you, the free me no, the damos. Ghana, asumdwe man. Omana nyamedi ni tumi nam akanifo bi so ti se osaje for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah anyone a ekeka ho na de chenso no se ode ne pa bebre na adua oman mu na oman ya chede bebre sa chede bi ne koko.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Denchemo timba any dear keka ho. Nanso no se yehwa a car ye bow sa a chedie hu no edoso eche mfaso a ebrɛn ɛyarehosɛm ɔman ɛbɛkɔ n'anim a ɛnyɛ MPP ɛnyɛ NDC ɛnyɛ akuadɔnkɔ anase enyom mu bia ɔman ne bɛyɛ ya ɛyɛ me no sɛ wotuwe ankorankore ɛdeɛn na woyɛ ama ɔman akɔ n'anim so ɔman ho hia wo wote hɛ woyɛ aban dwuma yɛni ɛbrɛ bɛn ɛna wosɔre kɔ adwuma ɔban dwuma yɛni tumi da mpɛma ma ne bɔ no nonso ɛpaa mu na ɔda ho da hɔ ɛfiri sɛ ɛnyɛ ɔno dea ɛyɛ aban dea na ayɛ na awerɛho sɛ yɛde soboɔ no nyinaa bɔ aban no na mmom yɛndwene sɛ ɔman no bɛyɛ yɛ a ɛyɛ me no mommeɛmfa nsiiɛ mommeɛmfa ahoɔden akokoduro ɛnko ɛma daakye yɛnkyirima a ɛbɛba no ɔmo nso ɛbɛnya baabi pa asi na ɔmo ammɔ yɛn soboɔ yɛyɛ ɔman ma yi yɛmmɔ yɛn ho mmɔden na yɛnyere yɛn ho nyɛma ɔman no ɛhia yɛn ne bɛyɛ yie o ɛnyɛ yie o ɛfiri me no ɛda mo ase
The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Dr. Teku Jalilo or Hamano Sana.
Yeah.
No, who also? Dr.
I'm
Teku
also. Yeah.
Ahai Ajo. UK, Ayadem, Achiana, Ajuara.
Oh, the same time. I think Ghana the same time. So 10:39 UK time. So Ghana time the same. Sina mitunga. Yenyana apum to sing.
Hello, dog.
Hello.
Hello.
What do you mean, mitunga? Mitunga.
You need headphone. You need a headphone.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Ghana, asomdwe man. Omana, nyamedi ni tumi, nam, akenifo bi so ti se, wasaje for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, anyone a ekeka ho. Na de chance one se, ɔde nipa bebree na adua ɔman mu na ɔman yɛ akyɛdeɛ bebree. Saa akyɛdeɛ bi ne koko, akyɛdeɛ bi ne sika kɔkɔɔ, dɛnkyɛmmoɔ, timber, ɛne deɛ ɛkeka ho. Nanso no,
The Election Eye.
Jumedina near Tiaso. Dr. Jalilu or Hamanosia, or my antenna. Hello?
Yeah, senior Mitunka.
Doc.
Yeah, Mitunka, Otimenka. Good evening.
Doc, good evening.
Otimenka.
My dear.
I beg you so senior na appointment to say.
Doc. Wohwɛ na ɔman mmara kyerɛ sɛ parliament yɛ n'adwuma na dubrebe a ɛte sɛ wɔde wɔn adwuma bɛwie ɛnɛ parliament ebedu ahemrakye ɛyɛ nondumienu no na old parliament no atwam parliament 8th parliament ne ɛkɔɔ so nyinaa no den na wa peke from parliament a wopɛ sɛ nnɛ woka ho asɛm.
Yo, minya me dase na me fa afidie so na me ntia atiefo nyinaa. And the American say the 8th parliament, I mean say for the first time, you know, a unique in certain respects. And they say for the first time, you know, now the two big 10 parties, you know, the NDC and the MPP, you know, I say omukonya the same numbers. 137, 137. And only one independent candidate. And the two parties na fani nyina no na kyerɛ sɛ obi anhyɛ da any majority. And sɛ do sa no a ebetumi aka sɛ a hang parliament in a way because any of the two parties no obi aniwa a otumi command a year betumi make certain decisions a opposite or sometimes without the other side. And this particular parliament, you know, despite there have been challenges, go through but I think it's been one of the most effective parliaments in the Fourth Republic. Yeah, so I think that challenges, the any problems in but I think it may summarize Bob Bibia Tofa. I think that it's been one of the effective parliaments now, despite the acrimony, tensions here and there, courts, and in order for say the parliament person setting the authority, challenges are expanded in so many ways, you know. Which I say I expanded democratic governance because there are certain uncharted waters, but parliamentary and then maybe so abeda adi you bet me asuya and never be brave afri home. So I think that has been one of the successful parliament. Make me say yanya we share all the parliaments now yanya from 1993. I think this has been one, if not in my view, no, the most effective so far parliaments now yanya.
this parliament, didn't have enough powers. And until one human being won't to mind there. Do you share that view?
But the first part of your question, no.
We share the nature of the parliament we have, which is a hung parliament, There are a lot of parliament needed a lot of powers. Now only to my own eduma, but especially the majority. Do you think, sir, that also worked against parliament?
Well, certainly, I think that it rather exposed how we, as minor and as parliamentarians, how they engage each other. Because parliament, it's a platform to speak, parler. So a platform here, you need to engage the other side, right? So government certainly certain nemabia a person go through. So but in most cases, so when your government now I say or absolute majority sometimes they tend to railroad certain things may not be in the interest of the people. But when your parliament says it to me adding up to the checks now here say parliament will be to me I exercise the power. So I do not necessarily see, yes, there have been some, if I say tensions in we know a bit me concerning some of the decisions in our parliament bit to me but I rather see that as a check, and also the fact that we've not been they've not been able to engage the other side, because when you hang parliament from day one you should just recognize when you hang parliament. So to mean that in order to get certain decisions passed through, then you need to have broader consultation with the other side. But who started from the position of acrimony, say majority. But in the first place, who the majority is just one member of parliament. So in order to be successful, you need to do everything to get the buy-in of the other side by convincing them. But if they are not so convinced, then certainly they will not give you the first say or more you say go and do it. So the fact that maybe a government will never be able to say, oh yeah, I want to meet, and it doesn't mean that the parliament has failed. We have to also look at the fact that whether it's a way of checking, ensuring say it never be never be unseen any. So learning from me to know, let me say idea was say if you have a parliament like this, even then you need to broaden, you need to have some broader consultation with the other side. And it also helps us in a way because it means say last minute of government, sometimes there are certain decisions we are it will not inure to the benefit of it. But because of that absolute and that majority government, they are able to push certain things now and but I think that because of the nature of this parliament, it became very difficult, or still very difficult to say parliament, bet to me, and as a government, bet to me, last minute. So I think that from that perspective, I think that it has rather helped rather than hindered if it's parliamentary practice.
What's your name course or the 8th parliament now? What really stands out, sir? That decision a parliament taking in a day, it really brought in a lot for us. The name be braying, a man name koye, a may who name be any. Which of the issues really stands out clearly for you?
Well, I think and never be brave, but to single out especially during the period of the 11, parliament, I say it was one of the heated, especially maybe Edru say certain points even majority normally no practice in the past minority folk in a walking out. It got to a point where the ruling parties members of parliament, so at the majority side rather walk, or majority group rather walked out of parliament. So it came to a point where as whether say a speaker of parliament, deputy speaker can so act as speaker, whether he can count himself near a could do Supreme Court. So what you say? So I think it's one of the I bet make me say in a way I expanded. I might be as even though some of us still have reservations about maybe this decision of the Supreme Court, but I mean that is what has become law. But so never be so that in the future, so Bibisa is then it means that I mean we have experienced it, and then we know how to chart the course moving forward.
Look at the numbers we have. NPP 88, NDC 183, Independent 4. So then the cultural Mcrophore can say NDC were almost absolute majority. Now, do you believe, sir, they can certain numbers are create which may affect parliamentary business, Anna?
Normally, the numbers are closer because there are certain decisions now. The government, person will take here. You have to get the support from. Who need numbers now? With me, I put first. So you have to reach out to the other side so that you'll be able to also reflect. Look at certain things, whether an idea of person will whether to me the BB at the abroad or mine. Until that checks on our but say unya be absolute majority to send your NDC for a year. So I mean the first thing is that it depends upon how they are going to work. Other than that, a year in the year the first parliament 1993. I mean NDC I mean it could be 189 seats in 11 echo. First, opposition they were allied to the NDC. So I mean, people call it a rubber stamp. Even though who interview parliamentarians at the time now, they still have to debate issues. I mean, critically. Now, so I'm expecting to say so that tendency is there. Say because of the near absolute majority now, NDC for Enya, a bit to be affected in a way because it's like they can get. I mean, whatever the government wants to do. But I think that having this time around, unlike maybe in the past parliament, 1993, this time around you have about 88 members of parliament. But I think that the number is still small. But to me, I can say, even though to me, government, the friends say opportunity, say never be our person or to me, I carry through. But I think that they should also look at issues critically, knowing very well, say, I mean, minority side, the number is 88, I think they need to listen to the minority more, despite the fact to say they still want to get, I mean, their whether they are bills or, I mean, agreements, whatever, to be passed through. I think that they need to be very critical because having the Omayano attack, because sometimes when you have opposition now to be it means a government, So I think that yes, those that are making those, I mean, raising issues about that, yes, in a way they are justified. They are justified because if the NDC decides, so okay, your majority, so maybe I say a bit carry through, but in the end, it will somehow affect the NDC itself if they do not look at issues critically. Because normally, I mean, let's say actually the next, in 4 years' time, we do not know what is going to happen, and everything will also depend on what the NDC, government be to me, another government, another NDC be to me. So that critical, here. So the 88 minority are MPP for, yes, the numbers on small, but I think that the NDC will have to also, take the minority views seriously, weigh issues, and see the best, if I say, outcomes a bit to me, Abua or minor.
Near Equi, Uncrofonso Recacancer, Anka Tisanka was a son speaker. Nanka, just for regional balance. Sir President here, not now. No. The first in line. It is anchor the third in line, speaker. Or Upiwo other ethnic group ma. Anke Sadan, Urian.
And no, maybe I do not subscribe to that. What is important, let's say, we should get leaders that are effective, people that are effective to lead certain certain agencies, state institutions, and what have you. I think that's the most important thing: competence and their ability to deliver. I think end of it to my boy, to me assistant, because I mean, if you look at the three topmost, the judiciary, parliament, and the executive file, I think me and Sape won't mean satisfy ethnic. So what you say? Yes, John Mahama is from the John Mahama from maybe from the Gunja land. Bagui comes from the Upper West region. Okay, but because they are all coming from the northern part of the country, I do not think that it is I was entertaining. We should rather be looking for competence. We should rather be focusing on competence. So for me, it doesn't matter. When Rollins was if I say Rollins a president, just a DF Anna on free not. So I think that in my view, we should dismiss that and rather look at the competence, because you can't satisfy ethno-regional balance with three people. I do not think that it will be able to me. And in any case, these are people that are coming from different areas in the country. This one is from Upper West. This one comes from Savannah region, right? Egonja and then Dagao. So what is the point here? So for me, I think we should rather prioritize, competence, because if you look at for John Mahama, a election amount for Ediamano, he has, distinguished himself as a person here. If you look at the type of parliament now, any the way now ultimately a working parliamentary, I think that the experience now on so many grounds. So I think, in my view, we should rather be focusing on competence, because you can't satisfy ethno-regional balance. Talking about three positions. But in terms of the government appointment, cultural constitution, that one maybe it's a ministerial appointment and other, I don't know, I'm so that one you throw the net around almost every part of the country to have representation. But at the top, if you're talking about three positions, you can't satisfy ethno-regional balance. So I think that we should rather keep to the competence of people that are involved. Yes. Speaker, deputy speaker, first and deputy speakers, in my view, because normally, according to the Constitution, Article I think 96 1B, they should not come from the same party, right? So looking at the type of parliament, 183 seats for the ruling party, and a speaker. So I think the first deputy speaker, from the opposition party, in my view, because certainly NDC will nominate someone as one of the deputy speakers. So in my view, nominate NDC second deputy speaker, first deputy speaker, different any of the either from the MPP or any of the four independent candidates. And also be to me somehow in a way. Yes.
The argument is competence. Na here. Imagine say the president, the vice, and the speaker. For say when fee one ethnic or one area of Ghana. Now when you're competent, when you be
I absolutely do not have any problems with that. That's what I'm saying. Say, if you look at the three topmost positions, and that's the three heady, if I say be a president, judiciary, these are three people. You can't satisfy ethno-regional balance. We have the regions, 16 regions. Unless say you divided the country into two, northern and southern. But the fact is that we have 16 regions. How will you satisfy 16 regions with 3 positions? You can't. So for me, say if I said appointment of ministers, deputy ministers, and other, that one can cut across. But if you are talking about the first, if I say, the chief justice. So the chief justice, the president. How can we? If you are coming from the same region, I do not have any problem with that. Absolutely, because the first, we should rather be talking about to give priority to competence. That's the first thing. For me, that is the most important thing. The young kind of so if you look at the current parliament, if you look at Bagwin, for example, 28 years as a member of parliament from 1993, and Obeye speaker 4 years. All right. So because John Mahama is coming from the Savannah region and Bagwin is coming from the Upper West region, so it means because of that, Sister Bagwin, ni competent na yankofa obia saying or not so in my view, I do not think it is something that we should be entertaining. Yes, we can talk about regional balance in terms of because there are other positions that are ministerial positions, and this is appointed by 16 ministers. So 16 ministers, we have 16 regions. This can come from different so in my view, I do not think it should be a problem. If you have the president, the Speaker of Parliament, the Chief Justice coming from the same, I think that yes.
Oshe, Mr. Bagbina, what does it bring to the table?
Right, so I think the already table no experience, the long service about Parliament, American kind 28 years. I'm saying at that time, he was the longest serving member of Parliament. So at the time, let me say, either the longest serving as one of the longest serving at the time now of free Parliament. Now, I person who the nearby Edibai, especially the last Parliament, the 8th Parliament here, I can as me. So at the time now, or taking certain decision on the e-levy, now, was it the budget? Is that the budget? I think it was on the budget, rather, on the budget. Or taking certain decisions, and the deputy speaker taking over, and or reverse that decision was reversed. So people were expecting, make it be a pro NDC members and the supporters, they were expecting say back being bar. Then once a deputy speaker can reverse the decision that was taken by the substantive speaker, upon his return, he can also do same. But we didn't see that. So he brought some experience to bear. And there was sanity in the whole thing, and we moved on. So I think that he's coming to this role with the same, experience. At least having, he's been in Parliament when NDC was in opposition, when NDC was in government. Now he's been in, led. The Parliament now are divided, right? A hung Parliament. So he has experience from all these perspectives, and now coming as a speaker, right? To lead a house where NDC has that majority. And I think that he's the right person to be there, because on one himself, they will have to allow also help also help the minority, even though the numbers are very small, to make certain case to punch, and then so that they can learn so many things that will improve governance in this country. So I think that he's coming to this role with wealth of experience, long service, and then the knowledge about the practice, the procedures, and everything. So I think that he is still, in my view, the person for this position. So if he's nominated or elected to continue, I think that it is in the right direction.
Mr. Bagwin, Nkrofuse oya chinchiring nea won a casante bekan was a tintin trinity, a crab most of your chinching. Ordinance si hwa anuaning na so sa position no woman no eboya amanyo somana.
Well, it depends upon near ebia nipa no ejina so na oka na se bia nkatimi se bia A, B, and C ACA the positions ni. In my view, no, I say I do not see it from that because just recently now I Tawantawana AC Parliament. I mean about 4 members of Parliament now will take a decision. Echo if I say echo there almost eventually echo Supreme Court in the Supreme Court if I say decision. So now the issue is I'm saying we discussing about this platform, right? And I mean so for me, I do not think say you be a or can't say more because basically who studied by being here, there are certain taking decisions here, especially this 137 parliament here, you can say me. It do be here, ultimately set to be time or 30 minutes and 1 hour, no about or bar or the reasons or indicating standing orders in the So to the best of his knowledge, or no, it will take those decisions based on one understanding of the practice, the law, and what have you. So if the Supreme Court decides, say, David Abia, you are wrong in looking at it from this perspective, that is it. But that doesn't mean, say, it's like, because once you believe in something, once I believe that the decision that I have taken the most appropriate decision, I will stand by that decision. If that decision is reversed by a competent court, so be it. So I say you are always indecisive, right? So you should know exactly what you are looking for. You get the evidence, your facts. This is your understanding. You are able to support that with your facts. So if you're able to do that, if a competent court, things say no decision I want taking no, and yes, that is the beauty of the democracy. So in my view, I do not see, unless maybe there are certain key maybe a normal bit media to us in semi he took this decision, he should have done this. But that is also your interpretation of issues. So I do not think that a bit me a faulty opinion.
Yura Bagben na adwuma oye ene se no oye non ufo se NDC 4 one number yi 183 and MPP 8080 and how strong Mr. Bagben is. So ebeboa am a parliamentary business akoso yana.
Syria, the next few months, you ever bet from even the NDC complaining about how firm Bagben is. Bagben will be from the experience. I think he will not just, even though it himself NDC what this type of numbers. So, but I think that in most of the issues, he will be given opportunity, the minority. I think today we share the closing remarks of the majority leader, ABR Obama, minority leader, Afenyo Martins, he pleased to the speaker in the event. He said, ABR or not, only the house, I think Bagben will be I think we can count on him, looking at how he handled some of the issues in this age parliament. So I think that even though NDC has this majority, but it's not just going to be like BBR or say, addition. I think he's going to give more time, listen to or allow the minority to bring their issues, their reservations. Because I know and no woman to be aboa the party NDC because anybody can say so we just try say because NDC my majority, so they can do whatever they like. They'll be harming chances in subsequent elections. So onusu enimsa. So I think looking at Bagbin who studied in the area, I think he's near Obia Obitra Atrawanya Kase because NDC this numbers into that is it. So MPP go no. I do not think that from his experience, the knowledge, parliament practice in a year with him, I do not think say he will just allow things like that. I think he's going to listen more to the minority near or now making input a bit me abua a share parliament a Emma or mine.
Hamanoso na many young reporter Enkasa Jalil.
Yes, Senior. Yeah.
Hello, Maswell. Oh, Hamanoso. Hello, Maswell. Maswell or Maswell. Maswell or Hana. Aha, my dear.
Yeah.
Deng na koso parliament fama ni bi boyenge.
You doc. Your baby PM have no senior efa na so be do parliamentar. Free security checkpoint ni parliament ni mono. Police for abobanya enye bambo eketwa na wudi romu so abo barricades police checkpoint bibiri esisia ohwa amanfo ba ya hwese obia edidi mraso na wode ba be wurasa wo be wura chemba ni nso a bambo ya yiri mu kete me no kasai ahemfo a efra omontoma ene mpanimfo mo free nkurunkuru so atu kwan aba ha omunyi accreditation timi no kasai ya mpene anwo manwuram nti ya yiri bambo mu kete se wuni accreditation a woni ho kwan se yebe ma wo kwan mo wura chemba ni mu enti me no kasa mpanimfo titiri ni tire bibia aka epono chi ayem wo kwan mo nwuram enche bia ne ehunu se emrase badwafo ayi wo foforo oka abasa babesia omo nyina ewura chemba ni mu fefefa omo akọ
Anasa mo montings wo.
We know kasa journalists ahodo na eba ya omunni accreditation ne die. Wo ye kwan, wo ye pani, wo ye ohini, wo ye kwan. Wo ye accreditation dia. Wo ne ho kwan so bi wachim bani manageri. This whole accreditation card a parliament na dia ma so wo ho kwan, wo ho kwanya say wo betime wuram. Na mejiri se na bebre nim say sa na beba no ebu wo ha ahemfo no mo nim se wo ya ahemfo ne ya mpanimfo idie ndu wo ha idie be me wuram na so security bambo na wo le kire se unni ho akwanya ya ma accreditation card unni ho akwanya se udura chembanim
Wanga wo ho no a wo boban no wo ye sojafo ana police fo ana se ekuwa bi ni nyina o.
Meno kase me shadam hu sojani bia wa ha police for na mehu from gate eba inside police for doors fire service for wa ha police ni fire service na ye mehu ni sene omo doors wa ha omo ko ena eba ena eye parliament adwumayefo omo so security no almost ban kobasa na se eye soldier for there me no kasa me family soldier nia or parliament
na wo abonten anase wo inside
me friend maba begin me fit chamber ni epia ba abonten se de be distraction na emantin sisi ano ba begina chamber ni me no kasa impanimfo ni bia ba ye convoy di o maba bedu a ye musi ewura inside enti me no kasa me chamber ni mu pe na me no kasa
na inside one ka bibi cheren den na ekoso
you call insider any said the parliament and I say your barber swim at Sebega 444 your barber swim in send it here. I buy and not she says say backup say amount for better say son say the money fit yes and not in Timo. Ya say your best shady panacea bema ubia baby atna nti amount for the room so bia baby atna tna nti eni kwansi biana e ma Sebega 4 ye you mo Munina be the cast by I do more big rama. I fell on more air rama continent and son of Medin Efrasia. It's inside here. I am yes, she said, mouth of Betanasi. We are said, I am Nasibet fooling and a Merasua. Omuna be free Medina Sepate Selia, the Pesa Econona, 80, Medin Infrasia, no Ayantinasian, she say, and it said, Debia Econona, so said Medina be drew only be Frasiano, amount for barn by inside. I hope one in Tinia been prone, or Remse, or Betnetinasi, never beer, I was be acting and be free Medina. That's nothing so far, say in inside and so at here.
Na public gallery hono. Dignitaries bang na wo ho and nipa bang na wo ho
ye nipa bi aba ye ahemfo bebe aba na ye empanimfo ni bia omaba me no ka say dey afina empanimfo a wo so omo begira me ye dimadi no convoy e dey omaba be sia ye omo sisi efiri mu akwtemba ni mu enti empanimfo a na ba ahemfo ene ministers ni bi ni hu pani do wise abesne ko enche ni hu afenyo marking majority leader ono so ni hu so betwa mo ko enche na minority side no so say enya hu dey still na bit ma from minority side no so ni hu say honorable Clement Park ono so ebe mu amount for on bia ono so keka ho ni so mu na aba be disua omo nyina mu omo so akwa se eti so far I have failed and penful a also mo ba di dwumadie no omo be gidi anu di no afa na mamu se motorbike de convoy aba be sia omo so esi akwa timba ni mu
wosha we MPs na won aba ho na atitiri fu ben a woye party fu ben na wo me kire NDC fu any other parties won atitiri bo ba kwa bien bi bobo ndi na hwe ne hu ne yakoso
okay say you ka you go you were seeding katia wa ha na the majority na na me kan no na Joe Wise so aba say so Wise be ko by sisi ade ono so aba also eba be hese dimedie no ebe konti panifo a metina kase omo na hu omo e wa ha ni bi eno no do honorable Joe Wise, honorable Sidin Katia, honorable Clement Park, any omo keka ho me se bebre aba omo so inwum bebre ni wum afi na me se bebre no bosse omo bi wum no makwa kwatena se nti ene se idwade ni be frase be wum do bi ni enti no do mi na dwade ni be free na pompon so be frase ankasa enti afi na dodo na so basse omo ba be chemba ni mo na celebrate dwade no ebe koso.
What was so total form no then information wa pick wo ho say abato no ebe kwa afa what matter be sir
yes yene me akwamini edimu edidi nkomo kakra na de na yene say minga chairman de on pandai NPP chairman na mini edidi nkomo oba na o ka kyerem say abato no aya disiade e de ama omo MPP fo na omo hu se omo nhwehwu ana nyene hu se na sei ene betumi ato omo nanso aba beto omo nto bo de ye suade ena eye asaman kese MP eye lower chem aniso MP friend no Owen Frempong the man for friend darling boy ena woni amanfo din komo tie se tweben no ena nkomodi mu no tere se na komo botaye ne se enko omo di achem seat ni nyina ena ebi mo efo omo diye na nso mo ba mrese bedwam no omo susu ye ne se next election no omo be make sure say seat bia ka wa chim dia man omo be die from nsem nso mo bo mo dia kwaso mo kwa akoye adwumaden omo fa abrini no omo wini ni ntu omo mfa nko ya akwadesem omo be bo mo din say next election dia any seat bia ka wa chim ayen this MPP so no omo be make sure from Benjamin DC nso mo ko aje omo kwa akoye neso omo kwa akoso in abe ma se bedefo no the main business omenya brese business omo be ye adwuma aboa ma ko constituency na hu se omo ma me di agoro enye amrase bedwa akonya na ye omo de ana ye omo fese omo betena so na mu ye wo so omo ye se omo be represent omo kofo no omo be gina omo na ma bomodi agye sene amanfo be hu se ampa omo basa omo bo adwuma na mu nya agudi eno mba bedi
Hefu na ahye fita wo ho a ye hu yin hefu nen
amanfo a hye fita no eye omma emrase bedwafo a ye omo foforo no ena obi e ba no wa hye fita omma e ka omo yere nom omo kunu nom ene amanfo a edi omo no omo nyina so hye fita sense omo huni se omo meja omo manfo anemu ene and my very side make my can say as NDC for no do one no when you know so white so white from white o when you know so white o mu say o mu din kunuma e boro so and ti e need that e ma o mu ti no mu nyina ahye fufu no
na MPP for no so dan no won ahye
yes MPP so woni bi ahye fufu but nya omo dodo ni nyina ne se fufu ni dum ma na omo atade no enye fufu yes manche omo so ebi se fufu ebi omo se fufu no nso no ni nyina ye nkuru o wadi nkunu mi die so ebi a no ni nche bi ono so wan se fufu enti ya nka tie ba ko bi betima ba be frem se enye fufu no bi betima ba be frem a ebeka ho ama ai se ebefa ne se enka boni abefra ba frem enti ya e wo so nko se fufu se nkunu mo no enye obi ani se fufu omo ne ni se nti a ebi ono so an se fufu do
Mami Musangi Sao, you independent candidate in Wahubiana.
Independent candidate in farm many BCC Omo Mune NDC for Omuni seat in Omo Basses ABC Omo and MPP fully been so Oma individual Lam Polices ABC or Mississippi. As for independent candidate in the Babia Mabit Dinaya Portuguese who said Bakum na me expectation can be a plus and I say other ones need be non complete clear but ya can send to be who said it will be a C.
So journalists what does one answer work a crabby?
You know, because a journalist who had also papa Omodoso bibiri central for baby gua sanse emse emre we e central for adwuma samanfo beti amanfo bi hu ye koso e parliament mre anadwo wo senka yadeda enka yaji ahome na nka be kwa adwuma no ya na nti amanfo beti no ni na journalist for adwuma nti mi no kasa ide journalist almost stations ni na ababigu ha ye pick dwumadie no na omo ediama mansan hunis de ekoso parliament anadwia ye kasei
mami misawo wanya empanimfu ana se MPs ni bi akasa na se bi wo nchen a ma yenti won
you know kasei de omo nyina wura inside omo ko inside omo sanse dwumadie na nche mpompon so le twen so ben mera ni nti no omo nyina wura inside na ye ni bi kasa ya ansa na omo wuram nipa yɛ ne mmienu mmiɛnsa bi kasaya MPC a yɛ elect ɔmo foforo wohwɛ anigyeɛ ɛne ahosepa a ɔmo atumi de aba ɛsan sɛ na ɔmo yɛ ɔmo akonya no yɛ orphan constituency meaning na yɛ MPP ɛna na ɛte saa nkonya no so ɛsɛ sɛ bibie ni anea so bɛkwae MPP na atena so saa ɛna aya lower west atem ɛno so na yɛ MPP na atena so saa ɛno nti no omutumi de adwumaden ababa betu ɛyɛ MPP for free so ma oba betena so no wo anigye so nko bi a ɛwo wo mu ahokeka wo de ba mene se bedwom ɛne wo kasem ɛbasa obi a wodi nkonim na ne akamfo bekase na kokoti kakraba gagai kakraba amma ya matiri so kakra kyerɛ sɛ ampa yɛn de tumi ababa betu asesia na obrentin fi na konya so sɛ ofofo wo ne fie ya wodi fo wo ne fie no tuma kɔtekyere ne nsa guleti na sɛ bi wasesa ne nneɛma deɛ na kyɛ sɛ wo so wo tumi woni tumi nti sɛ yɛtumi atu obi afiri akonya so ma ba bɛgye ne deɛ ɛkyerɛ anigye sonko bi a wohwɛ a ɛwɔ mu ɛne ahokeka a ɔmode ba parliament no wotumi sɛ anigye nko a ɛna ɛwɔ mu a ɔmode ɛba bɛwura mu
ansa na me wohwɛ mpanimfo no bi abɛba
majority side in CCA majority side no yeah mpanimfo ni bi aba se na me ka se dwumadie no enyam form enyam skate ye no munyam firase no afia na ebi mu eba afia na ebi mu ba me na ka se wo pii na wo gate na no a convoys bi edisu a eba ye hwenti still na ye hwempanimfo ni bibiri ani se omo so ba ka ho ni afiri dwumadie na se na etoda me ho ni se obi a se bi wotu akonya so ni aba ba gye afiri nsem aya na enye de nti no ebi ana hokeka wode bɛyɛ ne sɛ de ɔno ɛbɛtena akonya nso no aya na nsonsom yɛ wu nti de ɔno aba bɛdi nkunim aba bɛgye akonya no wohwɛ na hokeka wode aba bɛtena akonya no so ɛne de yɛtum na hokeka no aya na nsonsom yɛ wu nti ɛyɛ dan a de ɔno wadi nkunim a wɔbɛtena akonya no so de ne ho ɛpere ne nti no ɔbɛba ntɛm aba bɛtena so na de yɛtum ne de tɔda yakora nkɛ ade yɛnyɛ tuma yi ne nyamba nti ma ɛyɛ NDC fam no ɔnya hokeka ne anigye a omudi ba betna kunya no so ntino omudi meka ababa be green tem na me re okasem se convoys bi ba me yesure se mpanimfo yi bia em se aka kire omo ba madwumaje na frase na omo so ba no nti na ko majority side na se de no bia ba ebi nso nyamba me dui esanse ebi ana ade yenya twumari nti me ba mutem kra me de ebi anu so ebetini asi factor ebi ebetima chese bi nso enambedu
yo answer na media okrakra no won a woye new members of parliament won so what chamber mu bi anansa won or baby fofu
yes say omo ba no omo hyehyem fitam na omo tena won yenya nso e wo mu in no yenya nso e wo mu in enti etel say bia ye be fe omo bebo ebe ma omo aso e no say emmera no sɛ de mara ne kyerɛ no kosi sɛ bi a dondu mi nu bɛbɔ ɛma yɛ bɛhu sɛ mmerɛ yɛde hyɛ dada ne nsa ne nyinaa wie kɔ no ɔmo mmerɛ no nso nya mfiri aseɛ ɛno nti no yɛtwɛn sɛ nyame yɛ adom na sɛ dondu mi nu bɔ na sɛ ne yɛnya soɛ ɔmo in afei ne yɛhu sɛ ne yɛnya mmerɛ sɛ bɛdwafoɔ na nso no akyi na nso na ɔmo nso ayi lɛte bi a ɔmo baa no dani a bi a friend speaker of parliament nti me hu ni sɛ sesia ne deɛ yɛnya nso a ɔmo in no baabi a wɔso ɔmo tena no so ɔmo nya nyɛ mmerɛ sɛ bɛdwafoɔ nti te so ɔmo bɛso ɔmo in bɛyɛ mmerɛ sɛ bɛdwafoɔ no wɔntumi nkɔtena because deɛ ɛwɔ hɔ dada na afei a ne ɛgu nti sesia ne gu bi a yɛni mmerɛ sɛ bɛdwa afei ne yɛbaabaa bɛso ɔmo in jenya nso emu ndi onye mara chebe dani enti baby a wosa wotena wundumi ntina tel say beso emu ama wo baba beso afene beso ya wi no wonya nya mara chebe dani enti no mama mu baby a atena anse so mu in ria na madum afi wakwa akofo wakonya a kire se usi manfo anemu se oye mara chebe dani
wo so wodi agya kwa wonya akwa ne kwakura mu no kra no abonten ho no wo hwa won a wonkura invitation cards bi wo ho no pata bi wo ho a wo wase ana se wo gyinagyina ho
se ube bi timbalin mu haya me no ka say ye waterfall kakra bi wa ha I can circle amanfo tete so nyina etwen esanse omunkura accreditation card ube hwetchen balin mu a enipa dodo a egu ha same no ka say so wote samanfo bosamamu a amanfo be gina chamber nanim ena omo so bosamamu esanse omo anya accreditation card omo de bi wuram ene ye anya wuram ni de ene be gina bonchen ni aboye samamu ene ka say abonchen ha an nananum ahemfo Minti so hini ba kun kwase ye na so kura e be gina kofun so mbewi ye ni na twitwa pictures I just say amanfo e ba no mani abere se gina omo na so kura omo be gina na me ka say me de so sisi ha enipa ni bi de nkunya ba ya ne e bi so abutenku abuhua omo tenetena se de wontumi nyina ho no ono so omo so tenetena se obi so etene ka mu ebi mu so e de gina ka ho a omo so edi nkomo se omo betwe dwumadie ni se bewi nti omo anya kwan anya accreditation ntumi ngura mo ne die obedu no ha dompem omo adoso abutenku bi tete ho ebi de gina ho ebi mu tete omo ka mu a me no ka se nu hanso no yes yes you
Maswell medawase na bresi mu no biribi foforo ba na wabo yenhu ni e de waba apeto so why
me ba to do
yo that's it
you said that
yo etiefo ne ahwefo yo yegudwumadi ne suara yo say mama yentwa yen ho kakra ne emra ne yeba afi yebetua nkomo no so Dr. Jalilu enkwachiri meba ho
The Election Eye.
Ready for something refreshing and great tasting for your kids' enjoyment?
Angel Cola.
For your graduation enjoyment?
Angel Cola.
Beach hangout?
Angel Cola.
For all your refreshing moments?
Angel Cola.
For your parties, get-togethers, events, and celebrations, enjoy a chilled bottle of Angel Cola. Radio Grandma, today is your day. Over to you.
Thank you. Enjoyment Cola.
Angel Cola.
The Enjoyment Cola. Enjoy all your moments and fun time with Angel Cola. This advert is FDA approved.
Ready for
Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Omana Nyamedi ni tumi nam akanifo bi so tse wasaje for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah anyone a ekeka ho na de chance won say or the nipa bebre na adua oman mu na oman achede bebre sa achede bi ne koko achede bi ne sika kokko de nchemmo timba ene de ekeka ho nanso no se yehwa eka yebo wo saa achede hu no edoso eche mfaso a ebre eyarehosem oman ebekọ nanimu a enye MPP enye NDC enye akuadonko anase enyom mu bia oman ni beye ya ejeme no se wotuwe ankrankre edien na woye ama oman yakọ nanim so oman hu hia ho woti hei oyo abanjuma yeni ebreben na osori ko adwuma abanjuma yeni tumi da mpama ma ne bono no so epam na oda ho efise enye ono dia eya aban dia na aya na areho se yede sobo ne nyina bo aban no na mum yendwene se oman ne be ya eyeme no mumiefa nsiye miefa hoden akukuduro enko emma dachi yenchirima ebeba no omo nso ebenya babipa esi na omo ammo yensubo yeye oman mai yemo ehomodin na yenwere ye ho nyema oman no ehia ye ne beye ye o enye ye o efrimi no idamos Nyamedi ni tumi nam akanifo bi so tse wasaje for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah anyone a ɛkeka ho na deɛ kyɛn so ne sɛ ɔde nipa bebree na adua ɔman mu na ɔman yɛ akyɛdeɛ bebree saa akyɛdeɛ bi ne koko akyɛdeɛ bi ne sika kɔkɔɔ dɛnkyɛmmoɔ timber ɛne deɛ ɛkeka ho nanso no sɛ yɛhwɛ a ɛka a yɛbɔ wɔ saa akyɛdeɛ ho no ɛdɔɔso ɛkyɛn mfaso a ɛbrɛ yɛn ɛyɛ awerɛhosɛm ɔman yi ɛbɛkɔ n'anim a ɛnyɛ MPP ɛnyɛ NDC ɛnyɛ akuadɔnkɔ anaasɛ ɛnyɛ ɔmo mu biara ɔman no bɛyɛ yɛ a ɛyɛ me no sɛ wotuo yi ankorankora yi ɛdeɛn na woyɛ ama ɔman yi akɔ n'anim so ɔman yi ho hia wo wote ha yi woyɛ aban dwumayɛni ɛberɛ bɛn ɛna wosɔre kɔ adwuma ɔban dwumayɛni tumi da mpam a ma ne bɔ no nonso ɛpae mu na ɔda ho da hɔ ɛfiri sɛ ɛnyɛ ɔno dea ɛyɛ aban dea na ayɛ na awerɛho sɛ yɛde soboɔ no nyinaa bɔ aban no na mmom yɛdwene sɛ ɔman no bɛyɛ yɛ a ɛyɛ me no mommeɛmfa nsiiɛ mommeɛmfa ahoɔden akokoduro ɛnko ɛma daakye yɛnkyirima a ɛbɛba no ɔmo nso ɛbɛnya baabi pa asi na ɔmo ammɔ yɛn soboɔ yɛyɛ ɔman ma yi yɛmmɔ yɛn ho mmɔden na yɛnwere yɛn ho nneɛma ɔman no ɛhia yɛn ne bɛyɛ yie o ɛnyɛ yie o ɛfiri me no ɛda mo ase
The Election Eye.
Of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. We are moving to the final item of the final sitting before the House will be deemed dissolved. That final item is to invite your leaders to give their closing remarks before I perform my mandatory function of addressing the House in a valedictory speech. And so, as usual, we'll give opportunity to the minority leader to give his closing remarks. The challenge I have is that I can't see the majority leader at his seat. There's a signal he's on the way, and so he can start. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, if the minority leader starts, the majority leader is on his way.
He has no problem that he starts in his absence.
Mr. Speaker, I think the practice is always the minority leader.
No. We're not talking about practice. As for the practice, I know it.
Mr. Speaker, he's on his way coming. I've called him. He's on his way.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the other day that the leader was not around, Honorable Boa did it on his behalf. So one of them can do it on behalf of the minority leader, the majority leader.
The former majority leader. We also pay tribute to Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the former minority leader. Honorable James Kluche Aveji, the former deputy minority leader. Honorable Muntaka Mobarak, former minority chief whip. Right, Honorable Speaker, every chapter of this journey has been marked by its own twist, turns, highs and lows. But in the end, the NDC Minority Caucus delivered and lived up to the expectation of the people. As we reflect on the years, we are reminded of the truth that all things, both good and difficult, have a beginning and an end. Mr. Speaker, as we draw the curtain of this distinguished Parliament, we cannot help but to give thanks to the Almighty God for His guidance and grace throughout this tenure, throughout our tenure. His hands has carried us through every storm and the challenges. We also extend our sincere appreciation to you, Right Honorable Speaker Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, for your exemplary leadership and unwavering direction. You came after a long tradition of competent speakers. However, none of your forebears were burdened with a hung parliament such as yours. You were the first speaker elected from a party that is not in government, but you were well prepared for it. From your days, Mr. Speaker, as a minority leader, a majority leader, and a deputy speaker. Your wisdom, patience, and calmness, even under pressure, have been an anchor for this House, especially during turbulence times. Your ability to manage this Parliament with fairness, even in most challenging circumstances, has made you an outstanding statesman. To the members of the NDC Minority Caucus that briefly became the Majority Caucus, I express my profound gratitude for the support and cooperation that I, along with my colleagues in leadership, received from you over the past 2 years. Together, we have achieved numerous milestones, and I'm confident that history will be kind to us for our collective efforts. At the stroke of midnight today, the NDC caucus will re-enter this chamber with a strength of an unprecedented two-thirds majority. Mr. Speaker, this, I believe, serves as a timely reminder to the political class that the people of Ghana reward hard work, dedication, and true love for country. Right Honorable Speaker, this 8th Parliament has indeed been historic in many respects. For the first time under the 4th Republic, we witnessed a Parliament that was evenly split, with each of the political parties securing 137 members each. We also saw 40 female members of Parliament equally distributed across the political parties. One independent member of Parliament who serves as the second Deputy Speaker, and a Speaker who hails from the opposition. This, in every sense, Mr. Speaker, gave us the first hung Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable colleagues, let us be proud to be part of this historic Parliament. From the very start, the stage was set for a roller coaster journey, particularly during the election of the Speaker. That fateful night kept the nation on edge, with many fearing for the safety of our democracy. That event that unfolded, climaxed by the regrettable and unwarranted military invasion of this august House, will remain a blot on Ghana's democratic history. Mr. Speaker, we pray that such a moment is never repeated. Yet, Mr. Speaker, from the dark night emerged a bright dawn. A new parliament under the Speaker, who is not from the ruling party, the first of its kind in Ghana's history. Mr. Speaker, despite facing significant challenges, this House has remained steadfast, navigating many turbulent waters, including certain actions by some members that sought to undermine the independence and authority of Parliament as a co-equal branch of government. Right, Honourable Speaker, while many hope that this Parliament would usher in a new era of collaboration for the national good, some fear that it would deepen political divisions. Nonetheless, I can confidently say that the NDC caucus has consistently upheld the supreme national interest in everything we did. At every turn, we had been guided by one principle: to do what is right for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, every policy or action every policy or action of government that we criticized, we complemented with superior, constructive, and alternative proposals. Although, Mr. Speaker, our views were often ignored, times has proven that many of the positions we took on critical national issues were correct. Right, Honourable Speaker, one of the most significant and fiercely debate we witnessed in this Parliament was the protracted struggle over the electronic transfer levy bill, the famous e-levy. The NDC minority stood firm with the people of Ghana against this unpopular tax, while our colleagues on the other side supported it. Right, Honourable Speaker, despite the strong resistance from within and outside this chamber, the e-levy was foisted on the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we raised alarms also about multitude of new taxes imposed on the people of Ghana. In fact, over 40 in total that burdened the people of Ghana and stifled business growth. At the same time, we witnessed proposals that were supposed to grant $450 million in tax exemptions to crony businesses. In the spirit of patriotism, Mr. Speaker, we demanded justification of this request, especially as Ghanaians continue to suffer from extreme hardship. Right, Honourable Speaker, I believe that posterity will surely vindicate our warnings regarding the reckless borrowings and economic mismanagement under the President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia's government. Records available to this House shows clearly that, Mr. Speaker, some individuals in government profited to the tune of $159.3 million in transaction advisory fees, whilst the country was saddled with an unsustainable public debt. We also spoke out against the mismanagement of the central bank, which led to the negative equity of $55.1 billion Ghana cedis in 2022, and a cumulative loss of 71.3 billion Ghana cedis between 2022 and 2023. Mr. Speaker, as a result, the Bank of Ghana became policy insolvent by end of year 2023. Mr. Speaker, the illegal printing of money at the Bank of Ghana to finance government expenditure contributed to the inflationary crisis we saw. That resulted in over 850,000 Ghanaians falling into extreme poverty. Mr. Speaker, the management of the central bank also illegally wrote off approximately 48 billion Ghana cedis of government indebtedness without parliamentary approval, in a blatant disregard to the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921. Right, Honourable Speaker, at the height of this crisis, the management of the central bank supervised the award of questionable contract for the construction of an ultra-modern 250 million head office and another ultra-modern governor's residence at a cost that is unknown to the public. Our concerns, Mr. Speaker, about the mismanagement of the state-owned Ghana Cocoa Board, ECG, GIHOC, STC, PBC, among others, were also ignored. Right, Honourable Speaker, for 7 consecutive years, Ghana Cocoa Board recorded losses of approximately 11 billion Ghana cedis. The cocoa production also declined drastically under the current government, from approximately 1 million metric tons a year in production to now almost 400,000 metric tons. For the first time in 32 years, international banks rejected Ghana Cocoa Board request for a syndicated loan to finance the purchase of Ghana Cocoa. Right, Honorable Speaker, we cannot be silent about our opposition to yet another unpopular government policy, the imposition of a regulation called the Import Restriction Regulation 2023. This detested proposed legislative instrument sought to vest unfettered and unchecked powers in the hands of the minister responsible for trade to determine who qualifies to import into the country of certain goods. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, we also raised red flags over dubious Finance Ministry SML induced $100 million a year contract for so-called revenue assurance. After initial feet-dragging and refusal by the President Akufo-Addo to release the KPMG audit report, it finally emerged that the SML was paid a whopping 1.4 billion Ghana cedis for no work done. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority further failed to withhold taxes worth 13.38 billion million Ghana cedis from these payments. As we speak, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the entity called SML is still ripping off the taxpayer for no work done. Right, Honorable Speaker, we on this side expressed several concerns over the government handling of illegal mining menace that engulfed our nation. We are also on record to have cautioned that its pretentious fight against this existential threat to our collective survival will soon have a dire consequences on us. Amid this facade of the fight, right, Honorable Speaker, high-ranking government officials, NPP functionaries were accused by the then Cabinet Minister, Professor Frimpong Boateng, of promoting and engaging in illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey later became a free-for-all enterprise involving MMDCs and other party functionaries. The records will bear us out that we on this side call for an honest, responsive approach to this menace, found on strict application to the law. No matter whose ox is God. Right, Honorable Speaker, again, our concerns were ignored. The scale of corruption and waste during this period has been staggering, alarming, and heart-wrenching. Mr. Speaker, the more we on this side spoke out, the more corruption and wastage festered. Promoting this as a result prompted the Catholic Bishop Conference to decry and describe the situation as a massive, uncontrolled corruption under this administration. Mr. Speaker, scandals became a daily occurrence as we were treated to blatant abuse of office and plundered the public funds. Right, Honorable Speaker, we also saw a misuse of COVID-19 funds. The malfeasance that characterized the 13th African Games, the 500 million Ghana cedis National Service Ghost Names scandal. We saw the brazen attempt to shell out state hotels to a cabinet minister, and free-for-all grabbing of state lands are, Mr. Speaker, but very few that we need to mention. Right, Honorable Speaker, we also had to contend with the erosion of the independence of critical state institutions. Many of these institutions were filled with partisan elements who undermined due process to please the regime in power. So, Speaker, journalists who exposed corruptions were subjected to brutal crackdown and dissenting voices and were silenced. Right, Honorable Speaker, the silence, the insistence of the Electoral Commission of Ghana to adopt the Ghana card as the sole document of the registration for the registration of voters, even though millions of Ghanaians were yet to be issued their Ghana cards by the National Identification Authority, cannot escape mention. After eventual yielding to the resistance from the gallant NDC Minority Caucus, the Electoral Commission decided to conduct voter registration exercise solely at its district offices instead of the designated polling stations. But for our voices, Mr. Speaker, that were heard loud on these matters, the Electoral Commission would have succeeded in denying millions of Ghanaians their right to register and vote. The Electoral Commission was once again forced to beat a retreat on its popular decision to outlaw the use of indelible ink during the 2024 general elections. In all of these instances, our vigilance, insistence, and accountability saved Ghana's democracy. Right Honorable Speaker, the past 8 years have been tough for all of us, a lesson on how not to govern a country, and in fact, a lesson on how not to run an economy. In the end, the crushing defeat the NPP suffered in the just ended elections is a clear message from Ghanaians that they will not tolerate any such level of poor governance and mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, it is deeply concerning that those who oversaw such disastrous performance in government would have the audacity to adorn themselves with accolades to the chagrin of the people of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I was surprised to see some of them being awarded with highest state honors. Right Honorable Speaker, at the personal level, I have had to pay a heavy price for my stance against the government mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, my recent prosecution, or call it persecution, by the Attorney General over frivolous and trumped-up charges was calculated to silence, intimidate, and completely extinguish a known dissenting voice. Right Honorable Speaker, my crime, Mr. Speaker, was that I sounded alarm bells on an economy that was being mismanaged and ruined by an act and omissions of a select few in government. The fact that my prosecution began in the wake of the tussle over e-levy should not be lost on anyone, that I became an instant target for the regime. Mr. Speaker, I was charged on the Christmas Eve, a few days after the rejection of the e-levy and the 2022 budget. Right Honorable Speaker, from that point, the Attorney General and the Minister responsible for Justice, Godfred Yabu-Adame, in whom the prosecutorial powers of the state is vested, was determined to deploy all crude tactics, including the use of subterfuge, to achieve his ends of malicious prosecution just to satisfy the regime. Mr. Speaker, the whole world witnessed how a supposed Minister of Justice set out to coach, cajole, and coerce another accused person standing trial together with me to falsify his testimony and skew it in such a manner as to enable him to procure a conviction at all costs against an innocent person. In the process, Mr. Speaker, Godfred Yabu-Adame, who is the principal legal officer of state, engaged in crimes such as witness tampering, conspiracy against accused person, fabrication of evidence to pervert the course of justice, and professional misconduct, contrary to the ethics of the very legal profession he heads. I believe this has been the story for many Ghanaians during this period. Right Honorable Speaker, never in the history of our nation have we witnessed this level of gross professional misconduct on the part of no less a person than the Attorney General and the Minister responsible for Justice, who is the leader of the bar and bears a high responsibility to adhere to the rules of ethics of the legal profession. Mr. Speaker, I'm not against prosecution of wrongdoing. Whilst our democracy is founded on the rule of law and holding public officers accountable, I pray that never again should any of our citizens become a victim of this level of injustice and abuse of prosecutorial powers that I was subjected to. Right Honorable Speaker, despite the painful experience, I count it as part of the hazards of politics and service to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as the clock strikes midnight, a new chapter begins. To those returning to the 9th Parliament, I say congratulations. Colleagues who will not be part of the 9th Parliament, I urge you to walk with your heads high. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to say that Ghana appreciates your service and your contributions. Be proud because you have worked for Mother Ghana. I look forward to the 9th Parliament, characterized by mutual cooperation, diligence, and hard work in pursuit of the aspiration of our people. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, let me thank the gallant 137 members of the NDC caucus on behalf of the NDC leadership. Special thanks goes to Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofibua, the Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Govins Kwame Abuja, the Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the First Deputy Whip, Honorable Comfort Doyo, the Second Deputy Whip, chairpersons and ranking members from the NDC caucus, the Speaker, the backbench of the NDC Minority Caucus. And let me also thank the Honorable Collins Dauda, the one who has contested every single election since 1992, for his hard work and dedication to democracy. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, aside our disagreement, there were moments of cooperation across the aisle. I want to use this opportunity to thank all members of the 8th Parliament. To the Parliamentary Service, thank you for your hard work. To the Parliamentary Press Corps, what could we have done without you? You have been an amazing group of people that we cannot stop but to thank you. Thank you once again. Fellow countrymen and women, thank you for enduring the worst government in Ghana's history. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that to fellow Ghanaians, don't be despaired. There is hope. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Right Honorable Speaker, I cannot end without mentioning the Honorable Cletus Avoka, the former leader of this House, who has been one person that I've always resorted to for advice. I thank you so much for your cooperation and hard work. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of the Majority Leader and the Leader of the House.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to give these closing remarks, putting out my own views about this House as it comes to an end by midnight of today. It's a moment of emotion for me, having had the opportunity to lead the House a little over 9 months, and the fact that, Mr. Speaker, by tomorrow, I will be seated to the left of Mr. Speaker, leading the charge for and on behalf of the minority. Mr. Speaker, you rightly paraphrased your description of this 8th Parliament on various platforms and fora, and stated that it's been remarkable, characterized by unique milestones and challenges that have tested our democratic principles and governance. Mr. Speaker, one defining feature of this Parliament was its near equal composition, with 137 members from each side and 1 independent member. Notably, this Parliament elected the Speaker of the House from a party of the opposition, something which was and still continues to be novel development to our democracy. We also had an equal number of female representation from both sides of the aisle. 20 female members apiece, bringing female representation to 40, that account for 14.5%, the highest female representation in Parliament ever recorded in our Fourth Republic. This Parliament, at both sides of the House, has had the course to change their leadership in order to give opportunity to some members to serve in the front bench. It is therefore right to conclude that the 8th Parliament truly pushed our parliamentary democracy to its limits and tested how far we can go with our practice of parliamentary democracy. Mr. Speaker, I rose from deputy leader to majority leader. In my days as a deputy leader in this House, I received a lot of good counsel, not only from our side, but from my friends opposite. I remember the quiet moments where they would call me to their office and engage me in spite of our disagreements in this House. Mr. Speaker, permit me to mention a few of them and thank them for the purpose of Hansard. Honorable Harun Idrisu, Honorable Rashid Pelpo, Honorable Cletus Avoka, my respected senior Adaba and brother, Honorable Ahiafo. Mr. Speaker, I also received good counsel from many of my own side. The first Deputy Speaker, Honorable Joe Osewusu, the second Deputy Speaker, was also very handy for us to discuss issues about governance in the chamber. But Mr. Speaker, not the least is the man I succeeded. For the purpose of Hansard once again, Mr. Speaker, this is a man who took it upon himself to get me to pay attention to parliamentary business. I always remember with nostalgia his first official travel with me all the way to Hanoi, Vietnam. In his hand was his standing orders and the Constitution. He urged upon me to always read the standing orders and encouraged me to aspire for the leadership of the House. I am happy to say that in my days as his deputy, although he is not a lawyer, he was well versed with the standing orders and the Constitution. Before I could say a word, he knows where a particular provision is. And we worked together, gave me the opportunities to shine, and eventually made way for me to succeed him. Honorable Osei Che Mensah Bonsu, I thank you most sincerely. You defined my leadership. You played a key role. We may have our differences, but I want to say that you have made it possible for me to stand on my feet today, especially as I enter opposition and to lead our side in minority. It is that which I learned from you that I will depend on to make a headway in my leadership. Mr. Speaker, there were great elderly senior members on my side, such as Honorable Kennedy Japon, Honorable K.T. Amon, who were also with me in moments of difficulty. I should thank also, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues in leadership, Honorable Anodompre, the Chief Whip, a workaholic being. Mr. Speaker, there were a number of times he had to sleep in Parliament to organize and make things work for me to take over as a leader. He and his deputies worked tirelessly in assisting me to manage a very difficult House. Honorable Dompre, Honorable Habib Idrisu, Honorable Alexander Tete, I say God bless you. I'm thankful to you for all you did. And my able deputy, she was more than a mother to me, to calm me in difficult moments. Her wise counsel has made it possible for me to lead the House till this day. We are both Catholics. She never ceased to remind me of the power of our rosary as Catholics. The morning prayers, the morning encouragements, calling me Kwamena, let's pray. Madam Patricia Apieje, God bless you for all you did. And to my colleagues opposite, you made the best come out of me. I was always watching the videos of Honorable Eric Opoku. This is a man who can punch extremely hard with facts. You dare not challenge him, and I dare not challenge him, because he will take you to another level. Honorable Kwame Agbodza, we were there together in opposition. Those days, we struck a good accord. We had our own esprit de corps. And when you assumed leadership, I thought I could explore that for a good way forward. You often disappointed me, but you got the best out of me. Kwame, thank you. And Ahmed Ibrahim, the deputy whip, he did all the dirty jobs. We disagreed, and I will call Ahmed and say, Ahmed, I thought you were a Pentecost elder. Why are you doing this to me? And he says that, Mensro, anyhow. But the next moment, he will hit me hard. But Mr. Speaker, I also got somebody amongst them to pound small. I also took advantage of his emotions, and I provoked him lightly, so that I also settle scores. My senior brother, Honorable Emmanuel Amakofibua. Mr. Speaker, I recall at one point you had to settle the matter, where I would constantly parading and flagging my standing orders. And he felt it. At the end of the day, that was the beauty of democracy. And I told my brother, no more Ato. Mr. Speaker, Ato will talk to you nicely. Have a good conversation. By 5 o'clock, he will call you and tell you, Kwamena, no deal. The political committee says we can't support you. Mr. Speaker, many did not understand why I was combative on a number of occasions. There were those who didn't know how the heat was on me and were saying that you are majority leader, reach out. Mr. Speaker, the minority were such a tough, stubborn, difficult side. Mr. Speaker, you could never have an agreement with them because they were smelling power. And I understand, rightly so. The number of government business I would have loved to complete for political expediency and perhaps for purposes of principle, I did not get the support from my respected colleague. Many were the disappointment, Mr. Speaker. I'm sad that as a House, we could not deal with the following. One, the 1D1F. Mr. Speaker, I'm still of the conviction that this was a government policy to help the private sector. Mr. Speaker, being from the private sector fraternity, there was no way I viewed the initiative as a giveaway, as a freebie, especially so when the majority side had compromised and agreed to take away the raw materials component of the support to the private sector. But again, our colleagues could not support, not even to allow us to take some of the companies out and proceed to approve them. Mr. Speaker, the nomination of justices for the Supreme Court, which as a House, we vetted them but could not pass them, is also one disappointment to me as a leader. These are citizens of our country who, for no fault of theirs, have earned that call to serve at the highest court of the land. Mr. Speaker, I will not belabor their CV, but we know that these were citizens of substance who could have contributed their quota in enriching the jurisprudence of our country at the highest level. But again, we could not reach an agreement. And to date, I had to look in my direction. Look in my direction. I'm addressing some of your mischief. Mr. Speaker, again, we could not have a deal, and we've left it hanging. It has become odious. Mr. Speaker, I wish, as a House, we could have handled the World Bank $250 million facility to support the financial sector. This was also a facility that had gone through the committee process, and the House could have carried it for government to cushion the financial sector. But again, for good reasons known to my friends opposite me, we could not have a deal. But Mr. Speaker, the Frenchman will say, c'est la vie. This is life. We cannot push anymore, but to look forward to a new day, to also hold the new government feet to the fire. Get them to be accountable, get them to do what is right, and not get personal, but rather enrich governance of our country. Mr. Speaker, this government has achieved so much for the people of Ghana, but not a perfect government. Mr. Speaker, if our friends will today talk about corruption, I want to remind them that the call of corruption was on them when they previously ruled this country for 8 years. Many children whose parents could not afford secondary education had the opportunity of enjoying free SHS.
The Election Eye.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this matter. Mr. Chairman, yes, the minority leader has spoken. He spoke for the member. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, since the member-elect is before this House, it will only be right for that member to speak for the records. Mr. Chairman, I say this because the court has issued an order. The third order has been set on the member and the clerk to Parliament. Mr. Chairman, you read to us Article 105 of the Constitution. The honorable member took responsibility and spoke on behalf of the member-elect. We want to... Yes, I listened to him, I heard him. If he's taking responsibility, let the records reflect. Let the records reflect that the member-elect for Akwetia constituency has disregarded the court order and the repercussions of Article 105 of the Constitution applies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognized. Thank you, honorable members elect. Head of table, proceed with the roll call.
Abdul Khalid Mohammed Sharif. Ablakwa Samuel Okujeto. Abuaje George Kwame. Abuaje George Kwame. Abuaje George Kwame. Achampon Brian. Achampon Richard. Aqua Alexander Kwesi. Adam Hamza. Adam Mohammed Amin. Adams Abdul Salam. Adams Kofi Iji. Adams Mishab Mahama. Ado Ebenezer Kweku. Ado Kweku. Ado Yao Frimpong. Ado Kenneth Daniel Nana. Adi Frederick. Ejay Felicia. Adomako Ernest. Adongo Isaac. Educhum Yao Osei. Afenyo Sedem Kweku. Afenyo Markin Alexander. Afol Eric. Afol Kofi Bente. Efriye Nanayu. Efriye Frank. Agalga James. Agbana Eric Edem. Agbenyo Fred Kwesi. Agbebe Charles Akwesi. Agbenyo Fred Kwesi. Agbebe Charles Akwesi. Agboja Kwame Govins. Ejari Alexander. Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo. Ajimai Prempe Eric Nana. Ajimai Kingsley. Ajimai Rollins Zaneto. Ajinsam Lawrence, Ahinkan Frederick Yao, Ahi Samson, Ahiafo Bernard, Ahmed Ibrahim, Edu Michael Kwesi, Akando Kwabna Minta, Akrugu Faustina Eliklim, Akwete Okli Felix, Alajo Seidu Al Hassan Abdul Fatawu, Al Hassan Suini Saibu, Al Hassan Umar, Amankwa Millicent Yabua, Amankwa Nicholas, Amankwa Menu Kofi, Amwa Stephen, Amwaku Andrew Esiama, Amwaku Jampo Rudolph, Ampa Bin Simon Shreme, Ampofu Kwame Chumesi, Amprechum Sapon Kweku, Enim Enestiao, Ankoma Emilia, Anodompre Frank, Anyimedu Enchi Kwame, Apak Clement Abbas, Apieje Patricia, Ahen Ebenezer Prince, Amable Nyameke, Arthur Emilia, Asamoah Fred Che, Asamoah Vincent Opon, Asante Lorette Koko, Asante Boatin Kweku, Asare Kwame Obeng, Esiedu Aida Ajoa, Asensu Boache Francis, Ashi Alfred Nikote, Esiedu Charles, Asafwa Vincent Eko, Aworigo Simon Akibangi, Ewa Nane J. Bafo, Ewuku Samuel, Awuni Theresa Ladi, Ayamba Ladi Ayi, Ayariga Mahama, Aye Nana Asafwe J, Ayen Sudankwa Grace, Ayene Dominica Kritinga, Azuma Bandim Abednego, Azuma Joseph, Befi Michael, Batagli Mohammed Isa, Baudra Charles, Bawadua Charles, Bezra Emmanuel Kwesi, Bequin Frank Estiedu Bequin, Bessie Daniel Keshi, Beyo Titles Kofi, Bisu Mavis Kukwa, Boako Gideon, Boachi Yadom Patrick, Boa Emmanuel Kweku, Boama Patrick Yao, Boatin Joseph Apia, Boatin Kwabna, Brahma Muhammad Bawa, Brefo Bright Asamoah, Boa Emmanuel Amakofi, Bachman Philip Fifi, Bukari Joseph Nipe, Chiwete Andrew Dari, Kujo Comfort Doyo, Kujo Joanna Jan, Kujo Robert Wisdom, Dafia Mako Roxon Nelson Eche Kwame, Damwa Kwejo, Dan Abdul Latif, Dangbe Ernestina Ofori, Dapa Elvis Osei Mensah. Dapila Cletu Seidu. Dako John. Dako Mensah Kwabnotre. Dauda Collins. De Sebastian Fred. Jabab Nelson Kofi. Jogbadi Dorani Godwin Enimli. Dra Emmanuel. Dumelo John Seto. Jiwonu Laurentia. Enu James. Fatahia Abdul Aziz. Foko Chinebua Kodia. For John Intim. For Madi Jean-Marie. For St. Castle Atoba. For St. Charles. Frimpon Nanampao Kwame Ado. Frimpon Joseph. Frimpon Ohene Kwame. Frimpon Owen Kwame. Gakwe Kwame Jujoli. George Samuel Nate. Ganza Al-Hassan Kobna. Gomadoyao. Gomashi Jifa Abla. Jan Mensah Richard. Jechi Nasira Fra. Henry Benzel Godfred. Hotoje Alexander Roosevelt. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed. Ibrahim Azura Mohammed. Idrisu Habib. Idrisu Haruna. Isa Atta. Isifu Mahmoud. Jack John Kwame Ado. Jaja Yusuf Isaka. Joshua Godfrey Seidu. Jinapo John Abdullahi. Jinapo Samuel Abdullahi. Kabiru Muhammad Tai Abdul. Kini Jeffrey. Kodia Kwame Apia. Kunedu Akwesi. Kosa Martin Kweku Ejay Mensah. Kweli Wolase. Potosu Edem Richard Kofi. Kuma Joseph Kwame.
Present.
Kumi Ernest Yao. Corey Richard. Kuyon Solomon. Kwenu Othniel Echo. Kwatin Kweku Ajimai. Che Shirley. Chiredria Dixon. Lamisi Akanvari Balidia. Labi Oscar Ofori. Latte Agnes Namumo. Lukuto Maxwell Kwame. Mahama Daniel Dung. Mahama Shaibu. Mafu Kofia Henkwa. Mensah Collins Adomako. Kofi Ahenkwa. Mensah Collins Adomako.
Miss Adimako Mensa Collins.
Mensa Isaac Ejay. Mensa Joseph Kwesi. Mijima Shaibu Nuren. Mills Samuel Atta. Muhammad Haruna, Muhammad Yakubu, Mubarak Seed, Mumuni Alasan, Muntaka Muhammad Mubarak, Inkwikara Suma Anthony, Nandaya Stanley Yao, Nanja Sanja, Napari Dominic, Nate Ayiku Benjamin, Nawani Mark Kurt, Indebila Ebenezer Alumri, Nichema Bila Alamzi, Nitiwu Dominic Bingham Aduna, Inkansabwedu Mavis, Nkrumah Kojopon, Nukwa Pius Kwame, Nokwai Kofi Ako, Nogbe Ernest Henry, Notuko Toy Peter Kwesi, Intebe William Ayo, Intekuni Emmanuel Kofi, Intim Adelaide, Intosu Helen Ajwa, Nuruddin Mumuni Mohammed, Nyakote Albert Tete, Nyako Bismarck Tete, Nyako Isaac Boama, Nyako Kingsley, Nyako Thomas Ampim, Nyako Kwame Naminta, Nyindam Matthew, Oklu Linda Ohenewa, Odamson Isaac Asha, Oforiata Duke William Allen Kwame, Ofosu Felix Kwache, Ofosu Ejari Elizabeth, Okuno Phyllis Nakoyo, Onyina Champon Akwesi Jemfi, Opoku Davis Ansa, Opoku Eric, Opoku Isaac Yao, Osei Kennedy Nyako, Osei Ejay Nana, Osei Akoto Seth, Osei Akoto Seth, Osei Akoto Seth, Osei Asari Abena, Oti John Kwabena Bless, Oredu Charles Esuako, Owusu Gloria, Owusua Rachel Ama, Owusua Charles Francis Kwabena Brimpong, Peito Desmond de Graft, Pelpo Abdul Rashid Hassan, Pokwe Dusei Ralph, Kwesi James Jechi, Ramadan Mohammed Adamu, Ricketts Hagan George Kweku, Salam Damata Ama Epianima, Sandari Sebastian Meneso, Soya Queen Sapokwa, Sefer Richard Kwame, Seidu Haruna, Shaib Jerry Ahmed, Sosu Francis Xavier Kojo, Sowa Rita Nao Dole, Supari Mohammed Adams, Suleimana Adama, Suleimana Al-Hassan, Suleimana Al-Hassan Tampuli, Suleimana Yusuf, Tanko Mustafa Amaju, Taylor Isa Salifu, Taylor Abi Ebenezer Oklite, Tete Agotri Gisela, Tete Joycelyn, Tete Joseph Akwete, Tobin Emmanuel, Tofi Dokat, Tobu Peter Lanshini, Ture Mahama Nasir, Cheko Thomas Walanyo, Tubazu Abdul Rauf Tonjem, Yusuf Mustafa, Vanderpoy Alfred Oko, Bondi David, Winsum Annaba Thomas, Yabua Frank, Yabua Kofi Obri, Yibo Isaac Awuku, Zidin Vid and Watazumo.
Thank you very much. Our members elect, we shall proceed in accordance with Standing Order 8.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. I am satisfied that quorum is present in this House to enable me to proceed to conduct the election of the Speaker. In doing so, I would like to draw your attention to Article 95.1 of the 1992 Constitution, which requires that a Speaker of Parliament be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or qualified to be elected as Member of Parliament. I also want to refer you to Order 7.2, which states, a person shall not be proposed for election as Speaker unless the person has given a written consent to the clerk to be nominated as Speaker. It is also important to draw your attention to Standing Order 8.5 of the House, and I beg to quote, where only one person is proposed, the person shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair without any question being put. A member elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. Honourable members elect, I now invite nominations for the election of the Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, I come under Order 8.4. Mr. Chairman, I beg to read. A member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as the Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. Mr. Chairman, I move that Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbe do take the chair of this House as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbe is a teacher, a lawyer, a politician, a statesman, a result-oriented and transformational leader. He was elected as Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic on the 7th January 2021, thus becoming the first person ever in the history of Ghana and the Parliament of Ghana to be elected to the high office of the Speaker of Parliament from a political party that is neither in government nor controls the majority of seats in Ghana's Parliament. He was called to the bar as barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Ghana in 1982 and engaged in private legal practice between 1983 and 1993. He later established a law firm in 1994 called the Law Trust. Right Honorable Speaker entered the University of Ghana in 1977 and graduated in 1980 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Law and English. He proceeded to the Ghana School of Law in Accra, where he was called to the bar and became a solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Ghana. Honorable Babin later earned a postgraduate certificate on privatization of public utilities at the Eastern and Southern African Management Institute, Tanzania, in the year 1999. He also has an executive master's in governance and leadership from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, JIMPA. Right Honorable Bagbin entered Parliament on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress in 1993. He won 7 consecutive parliamentary elections. He was Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker decided not to contest as a member of Parliament at the end of his term of the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic in the year 2021. He was elected Speaker of Parliament of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Within these years, spanning some 28 good years, Honorable Alban Kingsford Babin served on various parliamentary committees and chaired several of them. He served as the minority leader from January 2001, a position he held for 8 good years until he transitioned to the majority leader and leader of government business in the year 2009. Honorable Bagbin again served as the Minister of Water Resources, Works and Housing, and later the Minister of Health between 2010 and 2013. In 2014, he returned to the House as the majority leader and leader of government business for the second time. He was elected the second Deputy Speaker in January 2017 for the duration of the 7th Parliament. He was a member of the task force responsible for the President of Ghana's priority project in health, education and transport from 2013 to 2017, famously referred to by Ghanaians as the 3 wise men. Right Honorable Speaker also served and continues to serve on several boards and international organizations. This includes, currently is the chairman of the Parliamentary Service Board of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana that dissolved today. He was a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Parliament, and he was also in attendance as a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. He was a member of the African, Caribbean, Pacific, and European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, the ACPEU, at Belgium between 2013 and 2015. He was again a member of the International Council for Parliamentarians for Global Action. He is again the founding member, Global Organization for Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, between 2004 and 2014. He was a member of Parliamentarians for Global Action, again between 1994 to 2017. He was the vice president of CPA between 2021 to 2022. Currently the president, Conference of Speakers, and president of African Legislatures. He's a member, International Advisory Council for Global Governance in Washington, and a member of the International Council for Political Renewal, again in the United States, Washington. For his outstanding leadership and lifetime of dedication to public service, both in Ghana and abroad, Speaker Babin was awarded Doctor of Law Honoris Causa, LLD, by the University of Professional Studies, UPSA, in the year 2017. Right Honorable Speaker has won a significant number of international and domestic awards. He's a strong advocate for gender and social inclusion, women's rights and empowerment, and equitable representation in Parliament in all decision-making across the country and globally. He's also noted for his principled, courageous, firm, decisive, and resolute personality. Right Honorable Bagbin is a man of high integrity and a Democrat par excellence. Mr. Chairman, Speaker Bagbin has championed several institutional reforms and the welfare of members and the parliamentary service during his first term as Speaker. In addition to this, he is the first Speaker of this House to demystify Parliament by taking the institution to the doorsteps of the people of Ghana. He is married with 2 kids. I so move. Thank you.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
To second this motion ably moved by my respected colleague, Dr. Kesil Atoba Fossa. But before I second this motion, before I second this motion, under the rules of this House, which secondment requires that there should be no need for remarks or debate, I shall address some preliminary matters. Before, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this House is an independent constitutional body. The mandate given to us to elect a Speaker is engraved in the provisions of the Constitution, in particular, Article 95 of the Constitution. The Speaker
The Speaker, he hasn't called.
Mr. Chairman, your guidance will be needed in this matter. This is my 4th term in this House. And this is the first time in the history of this Parliament. Our standing orders are very clear. When you rise to second a motion, there must be no remark, no debate. What the minority leader, who has not told us if it is now spiritually okay for him to sit in the minority leader's chair. I don't know what his spiritual advisors are telling him now. He cannot be violently violating our standing orders with such impunity. We cannot accept. So, Mr. Chairman, please, we invite you to ensure that this solemn occasion proceeds with respect to our Constitution and the standing orders of the House.
The Election Eye.
In our standing orders, please, let's be careful the precedent we set. This is so bizarre, it's never been seen in this House. So, respected minority leader, please. And, Chair, I'm getting the impression that the clerk is allowing the minority leader to dictate the pace. Please, let's see your authority. We will not accept this.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, thank you very much. The honorable minority leader indicated that he's aware of the rules of engagement regarding seconding the motion nominating the Speaker. That should be without debate or remarks. And I believe the honorable minority leader will do exactly so. Honorable minority leader, you may proceed without debate or remarks. Honorable minority leader, you have the floor. Please proceed.
The Election Eye.
But I love debate, and I would want us to go into the issues. I respectfully, I kept quiet. You are impatient. I kept quiet for you. Let's have some decorum. Mr. Chair, my practice at the bar is always a guide for me. I said I have a preliminary matter to raise. In law, Mr. Blakwa, you pay attention. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. Law, pay attention. When Mr. Chairman, I said I have a preliminary matter, I meant to say that I had to deal with the preliminary matter before I get to the stage of seconding the motion. And that is allowed. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, this house is a house of rules and procedures. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed, let me put on record that the minority leader is a distinguished lawyer of repute. And indeed, Mr. Chairman, I will refer the House to the rules of this House, and specifically to Order 8, Rule 4. And Mr. Chairman did refer to it, which reads, with your permission, and I quote, that a member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as the Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person, quotes, do take the chair of this House as Speaker, end quotes, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks, end quotes. Mr. Chairman, my colleague, brother, and friend, the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, made the point rightly that in seconding the motion for somebody to take the chair, one is not entitled to make remarks or debate. But Mr. Chairman, we all heard the venerable, distinguished, astute lawyer, minority leader, Honorable Afenyo Maki, loud and clear. Mr. Chairman, he said, and I quote him, before I second the motion, and end quote, before I second the motion. Mr. Chairman, he had not seconded the motion. And he did go a step further, Mr. Chairman, he did go a step further to say, before I second the motion, I would like to make some preliminary points. And so, Mr. Chairman, I will pardon my friend and brother, the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa. He is not a lawyer. And therefore, by a basic rule, Mr. Chairman, by a basic rule or canon of interpretation, even a lay person will appreciate that the distinguished minority leader is yet to second the motion, and therefore he's entitled to make the preliminary points he sought to make. So let the minority leader make those points. Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we shall proceed with seconding of the motion. And honorable minority leader, please proceed. Brevity, the rules of the game.
Mr. Chairman,
Roxy, sit down. Mr. Chairman, to rise to second a motion is a voluntary.
The election eye.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, minority leader, gentlemen, would you kindly resume yourself, minority leader? Minority leader, I'll give you the floor. All right. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. The Honorable Minority Leader was on the floor before the other Honorable Member interjected. The rules of the House, Honorable Members, Honorable Minority Leader, please continue with the seconding of the motion. Please second the motion. Please second the motion.
Mr. Chairman, our Constitution, Article 95, provides that there shall be a Speaker who shall be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or who are qualified to be elected as members of Parliament. Mr. Chairman, I have in my hand a statement issued by the Office of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, titled President-elect Mandate NDC Parliamentary Leadership to nominate Right Honorable A.S.K. Bagbin as Speaker of 9th Parliament. It reads, the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has in consultation with the National Executive and Parliamentary leadership of National Democratic Congress, mandated the nomination
Mr. Chairman
of the Right Honorable Aban Suman Kingsford Babi as Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this letter is signed by Mr. Felix Ofosu, Pachi Ofosu, as Special Aide. Chairman, the preliminary issue I'm raising is to the effect that the nomination
Mr. Chairman,
only requires the consent
word from
of
that
the
letter.
person to be nominated.
Word from that letter. That letter, where's it from?
Situation where
It must not be tolerated.
that the executive now directs that a
Word from that
member
letter.
to nominate would make this arm of
This is the
government
House of Records.
an
Word from that
appendage
letter.
of the executive. Mr. Chairman,
No, word from that letter.
is the objection that I have. Having made that point,
Word from that letter.
I need, Mr. Chairman, to also draw your attention
You see, Sammy,
to the fact that in 2001, 7 January, when Right Honorable himself, as minority leader, was seconding the motion ably moved by J.H. Mensah for consideration of Alajete as the Speaker. These were his observations, and I read from column 4 of the Hansard of 7 January 2001. I quote, A.S.K. Bagbin, NDC, Nadole Kalu North, as he then was. He says, Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the motion urging this House to accept the nomination of Mr. Peter Alajete as Speaker of the 3rd Parliament of the 4th Republic. He goes on to say, Mr. Chairman, in doing so, however, I would want to register the displeasure of the minority side on how this issue has been handled. Mr. Chairman, it is part of the rules of democracy for us to be heard. I am not opposed to the motion, but my concerns must register for Hansa. And the man that we are proposing for the high office of Speaker himself has set a precedent where in seconding Alajete, the chair allowed him to raise his concerns. Let us tolerate each other. I am here with his own records. Mr. Chair, my contention basically is that in view
of the improper consultation, from the majority side in this matter, and in view of the fact that, Mr. Speaker, the executive, in a public statement, is directing the honorable majority leader to nominate a person. I hold the view that honorable minority leader.
No, I have to come in.
There is no any executive. Honorable minority leader. Honorable minority leader. Honorable minority leader.
There is no any executive.
Honorable minority leader. Honorable minority leader.
There is no executive.
The Election Eye.
Matters which I believe should not be part of this process. You were to second the motion. The other information you were tendering, the other information you were providing is not an information which is before this House. It is not part of the process for consideration for nomination of the Speaker. So, in seconding the motion, these matters ought not to have been brought to the floor of the House. Let me make that point. In doing so, I recognize Honorable Muntaka. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chair, ordinarily I would not have reason to speak, but because we have rules and you have a leader grossly abusing it, I need to draw his attention. Aside Order 7, I want to refer the minority leader to our standing orders 11510. And in 11510, it says, and I read, under rules of debate, and I read, a member seconding the motion or an amendment shall state, Mr. or Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion or amendment, except that this may be without limiting the right of the member to speak later at a later stage within the debate. Most importantly, Mr. Chair, 11, it says, a mover of a motion or amendment may speak in support of the motion, but subject to these orders, no further, and that's where the emphasis is, no further debate is allowed until the motion or amendment has been seconded. So while you are saying, yes, it's within your right as a member, and even when you go to Order 8, after seconding and the motion is taken, before the Speaker is called to take the chair, the standing order allows a member to get up and make other comments before that chair. So all we are saying is that in what you are doing, you are abusing the rules. You can second the motion, let the motion pass. If you have something to say, you get up and you cut the out of the chair, and then you'll be allowed to speak. So with this, you are abusing our rules, and we need to draw your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minority Leader, I take it that you have seconded the motion. If you haven't seconded the motion, Honorable Minority Leader, you will second the motion. You will not proceed on any other matter apart from seconding the motion. So long as I remain the chair of these proceedings, you will not do any other thing apart from seconding the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have heard Honorable Muntaka. I disagree with him, but I'll reserve that for another day. Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, a preliminary matter is a preliminary matter.
Having raised them, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, having raised them, I shall proceed, therefore, to second the motion moved by my legislator colleague. All right. The motion for the nomination for consideration for election to the office of the Speaker has been moved and ably seconded. Earlier, I drew attention to the relevant provisions of the standing orders, which requires a consent letter from the person nominated. Let me indicate, I have in my hand a consent letter addressed to the Clerk to Parliament, Parliament House Accra. Attention, Mr. Ebenezer Ahuma Jietro. Written consent to be nominated as the Speaker. Pursuant to Order 7.2 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I hereby consent to be nominated to be elected as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Your cooperation is highly solicited. Signed, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby. So we have the consent letter. Having secured the consent letter, it is appropriately tabled. It is appropriately tabled. Yes, together with all. Yes.
The Election Eye.
Mr. Chairman, in response to your question, our side has no other nomination. Just for the record, we do not have any other. Why are you scared? You think we want to pull a fast one on you? Why are you scared? Mr. Speaker, why are they scared? We are not pulling a fast one on you. We will not. Are you sure you don't have any other nomination yourself? Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from our side. Mr. Chairman, have patience for the process. Our side, the MPP minority, has no other nomination. But we want to find out from the backbench whether they have any other nomination. They should tell us. Whether they are only relying on the president-elect's nomination or they have another one. They should let us know. There be no other nomination. I hereby duly declare Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby as having been elected continue with proceedings. May you humbly resume your seats. All members, please resume your seats. Now, we will invite the sponsors to conduct Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby to the chamber. As Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby is being conducted into the House, I shall invite the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, to proceed to the days for the administration of oath.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Last 4 years, the powerful guy. The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
nti yɛka sɛ
The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Yeah.
Different levels. So one say different inscriptions at different levels, and on top of it, here eagle. No, and also the meanings, but at the right time.
The Election Eye.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Swear.
For the administration of the oath.
Honorable Speaker, we will start with the oath of allegiance. Do kindly say after me.
I, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold the sovereignty.
That I will uphold the sovereignty.
And integrity of Ghana.
And integrity of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
And defend.
The Constitution.
Of
the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
So help me God.
Now we will have the Speaker's oath. I,
Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of Ghana,
to the Republic of Ghana,
as by law established,
as by law established,
that I will uphold the integrity,
that I will uphold the integrity
of the Republic of Ghana,
of the Republic of Ghana,
that I will faithfully
and
conscientiously discharge my duties
as
Speaker of Parliament,
and
that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will do right to all manner of persons in accordance with the Constitution of Ghana and the laws and conventions of Parliament without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God. Ayiko.
All right.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Hello, Maxwell. Yeah, Maxwell. Okay. Can be between then na akoso kakra. Yang who says say speaker na wonga elect no. Then na yehwe ni musa baba.
The Election Eye.
Honorable members, it's now time for us to move to item 5 on the order paper. Right Honorable Speaker delivers acceptance speech. Honorable members, I proceed to deliver my acceptance speech. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Justice Mrs. Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokunu, Honorable Members of Parliament elect, Your Excellencies, Speakers and Presidents of legislatures present. I'm aware we have a number of them with us today. Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps present, our most revered spiritual and traditional leaders of the country, chairmen and executives of political parties present, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great humility that I accept the high and privileged office of the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana, having had the same honor to be Speaker of the 8th Parliament. I am grateful to the Almighty God for His grace and mercies for me to achieve this rare feat. To Him be all the praise and honor. Honorable members of Parliament elect, I am very grateful for the privilege and confidence you have reposed in me to be Speaker and to head this honorable House once more. I also express my gratitude to the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for the trust and confidence in me and my leadership of the House, and for recommending my candidature in consultation with the leadership of the great National Democratic Congress, to be elected Speaker of this Parliament. I came to the Speaker of the 8th Parliament with my experience as the longest legislator of the House. I now come to the 9th Parliament with just not that background, but now with the experience of 4 years of speakership of a very difficult hung parliament. I promise to bring all these experiences to bear in guiding this House to perform its mandate with efficiency, diligence, and above all, with a sense of being the bulwark of democracy in Ghana. To the good people of Ghana who continue to hope for a better Ghana, I urge you to support your parliament and be interested and engaged with the work of parliament. As the standard orders of parliament direct, after we have performed this duty of electing me as the Speaker of Parliament, I will have the singular honor and duty to also proceed to perform the other duties imposed by the standing orders of the House. That is, to swear in the members elect and proceed to supervise the election of 2 deputy speakers of the House. Once again, I am very grateful for this great honor. I thank you so much. Honorable members, we now proceed to item 6 on the order paper. Taking of oaths.
The election eye. The election eye. The election eye. The election eye. The election eye.
Yes.
The election eye. 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 The Election Eye.
Say
Omana nyame di ne tumi nam akanifo bi so te sɛ ɔsagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah ɛne wɔn a ɛkeka ho na deɛ kyɛn so ne sɛ ɔde nipa bebree na adua ɔman mu na ɔman yɛ bebree.
Okay. Enti
akyɛdeɛ bi ne sika kɔkɔɔ dɛnkyɛmmoɔ timber ɛne deɛ keka ho nanso no sɛ yɛhwɛ a ɛka a yɛbɔ wɔ saa akyɛdeɛ ho no ɛdɔɔso ɛkyɛn mfaso a ɛbrɛ yɛn ɛyɛ awerɛhosɛm ɔman yi ɛbɛkɔ n'anim a ɛnyɛ MPP ɛnyɛ NDC ɛnyɛ akuadɔnkɔ anaasɛ ɛnyɛ ɔmo mu biara ɔman no bɛyɛ yɛ a ɛyɛ me no sɛ wotuo yi ankorankora yi ɛdeɛn na woyɛ ama ɔman akɔ n'anim so ɔman ho hia wo wote yɛ yi woyɛ aban dwumayɛni ɛbrɛ bɛn ɛna wosɔre kɔ adwuma ɔban dwumayɛni
Assemblée nationale de Côte d'Ivoire. As you know, he's a very dear friend and brother of mine. You are most welcome. We also have the Right Honorable Nabekun, Speaker of the Liberian House of Representatives. We have His Excellency Fortune Zefamia Cherubira, Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament. We have Honorable Ajaratu Traore Coulibaly, Second Deputy Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. We have the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. He is ably supported by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress in the person of Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kweti. We have the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Information, Broadcasting, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism Committee, and also the Vice Chairman of the Maritime Committee in the person of Senate Abraham Darius Dillon. I'm sure you can see the galaxy of our kings, our queens, our queen mothers in the public gallery. And I see your lovely, the term I use here is spouses of members of parliament. And those who actually lead us spiritually. We have a lot of religious leaders with us. So those of you who go quoting the holy books, whether the Holy Quran or the Holy Bible, please kindly take note and don't mislead when you are quoting. We have a number of the members of the diplomatic corps with us. On your behalf, I warmly welcome all of you. Now I can see that all members are present. Honorable members, members-elect actually, in accordance with Article 100 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 13.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I shall proceed to administer the oaths to you, members-elect, and you may swear on the Bible, the crucifix, or the Holy Quran. Alternatively, a member-elect may make and subscribe to a solemn affirmation. May I now kindly request members-elect to rise in their seats. I intend to commence with the oath of allegiance. Honorable members-elect, you shall repeat after me. I do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. We shall now proceed to the oath of a member of Parliament. And once again, you repeat after me. I, having been elected a member of Parliament, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Of office as members of parliament. It is important I remind you of the crucial role of political leadership in development. Honorable members, it is very important for you to keep uppermost in your mind the crucial role of political leadership in the process of national development. Society develops or fails to develop depending on the extent to which its political leadership is intelligent, creative, skillful, committed, and has the capacity to enlist support, induce loyalty, and to inspire confidence. Today, we are now the political leaders of Ghana. And this onerous responsibility rests with us. I know together we can do it. We have no alternative than to coalesce together to develop Ghana. With this, I thank you for your patience and attention. I will, on behalf of your constituents, the good people of Ghana, and our beloved Mother Ghana, congratulate you all for this achievement. I'm aware of what you went through before you got elected to this house. And I trust that you will not abuse the trust and confidence of the people. With this, honorable members, you are all to sign the oaths and submit the signed copies to the marshal. Please, you can do that now or later. Honorable members, happily, your new standing orders is in print, and you'll be giving copies soon. May I now have the guidance of the leadership of the House, whether there's any more item for us to take, or we should call it a ninth. I want to test them.
Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Is that the sense of the House? We shall now proceed to item 6, to elect the 2 deputy speakers of the House. Any nominations?
Right Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 96 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and the Standing Order 12 of this House, I hereby nominate Honorable Bernard Ahiafor for consideration by this August House as the first Deputy Speaker of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafor is a distinguished lawyer with 23 years of experience at the bar. He is currently an NDC Member of Parliament for Akachi South constituency. In the 8th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, he was a respected member, ranking member for Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafor comes from Atijive in the Akachi South municipality in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafor was born on the 6th day of February 1973, so he is over 52 years today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Member of Adaklu, Honorable Kwame Abuja. I so move.
I hope, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I hope this time around there will be no theatrics. And so I'll proceed. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. I proceed to put the question. Honorable members, can you hear me? Honorable members, there being no other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, Member of Parliament for Akachi South constituency, duly elected as the first Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Honorable members, may we now proceed to the election of the second Deputy Speaker.
Speaker, I rise to nominate the Honorable Andrew Esiama Amoako for the position of the second Deputy Speaker. Speaker, the Honorable Amoako Esiama is a respected surveyor, a lawyer, an educationist, and to top it up, a politician. In environmental law, degree in conflict, peace and security. He also holds a bachelor's degree in land economy and law. Speaker, the Honorable Esiama is proudly married with 5 children. All of us, most of us in this chamber can testify that in the 8th Parliament, the Honorable Esiama has played the role of deputizing you On many occasions, especially occasions where the House has come to some form of tension, he has dispensed his job and himself creditably. Speaker, let me also say that I have in my hands a letter of consent of the nominee. And so I shall rely on this, and without adding more, I so move. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, having regard to Article 96(1)(b) of the 1992 Constitution, noting the election of the first Deputy Speaker from the NDC party, I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
Yes. There being no other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Asiema Andrew Amwako, Member of Parliament for Formina constituency, duly elected as the second Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana.
Where's Kofi Akunuku? Filani ways to make him. I don't know we never know. Akuway.
Honorable members, honorable members. Honorable members, this is the first sitting of the first meeting of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. So I understand, but let it be known that it's unparliamentary to clap in plenary sessions of this House. You don't clap. You say, yeah, yeah. You have to control your emotions. It's a learning process, and so it's important I draw your attention. Let me now happily bring to your attention that the people who made me possible to get
to these heights have come in their numbers from the beautiful constituency, the Nadolu Kaleo constituency in the Upper West region. And so I have a number of my hard-working constituents at the public gallery. I think it's important you thank them on my behalf for what they've done for all these years. I'm extremely grateful to all of them. Now, with your kind indulgence, I will proceed to suspend the sitting of the House to 10 in the forenoon, when we shall all reconvene at the Independence Square for another important activity. Honorable members are expected to be seated by 9 in the forenoon. Proceedings will commence at 10 promptu. With this, the sitting honorable members, I've been given further information that in view of the numbers expected at the Independence Square, you are all urged to convene in the presence of Parliament, where there will be some buses to convey you to the venue, that is the Independence Square. And so you are expected to be here before the 9 in the forenoon. Please, let's be time conscious in this matter. With this, I proceed to suspend the sitting, and that is the first sitting of the first meeting of the first session of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. The House and sitting is accordingly suspended.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye.
Medino abawie yeba behwe ne yɛkɔɔ so kakra na yɛabɔ ne tɛwtɛw ɛsiane sɛ ade asa na yɛde nnompa kogu baabi yo ansa na mɛtu yɛde madi no so no mɛkɔ hama no so na me ne Dr. Jalilu akwakɔ kasa so wɔ ha ɔma mentene ne Dr. Jalilu wɔ so
Yeah, senior me also
electing John Mr. SK Bagben na ono answer power deputy speakers benu members of parliament won aswa in near course hu ne den
me that say I'm say process no are very smooth comparatively if you AC 2021 no I'm say we know I very smooth we share the election of the speaker through the first and then second deputy speakers. And so more election in Bibia and it's expected because I share 2021 it was as a result of the hang parliament na anything could happen. Just will be a bit to me and a speaker bit me majority side and minority side even at that time make us say a majority caucus or minority caucus. But we share this time round no. Let me say the near absolute majority now NDC won. So say even the other side put up a candidate obviously let me say or moving to me. So I think that very good. Now we share deputy speakers no let me say earlier I said we share 96 article 96 1B of the constitution now say the two deputy speakers must not come from the same party. So now, you say a first honorable Anyakwakati South MP. The medical car say looking at the way now minority numbers, about 88, and Kamia, like I mean, as a person, on first speaker, no ever the minority side, and can say, and also be to me, Abua. But obviously, the government NDC will always want, say, a speaker in Niwa. I think there should be someone there. Or sometimes there could be some major so it's politics. So basically, I think the process has been very good, and the speaker's acceptance speech, let me say, make me have say one about the importance of political leadership and idea Emma or mine, and all kind of from the onset say more, but you are going to represent Ghanaians. So you representing Ghana everywhere. So I'm responsible leadership, idea here. And I think also the fact to say they have to use, the power so vested in them for the benefit of the people and not to abuse, the trust and confidence of the people. Because a man for better about amount, Crawford do a contest any to about amount, means that they have reposed their confidence in you. So it is also expected to say, as members of parliament, they will not abuse or trust and confidence. And I think the only thing I'm saying ever anke bi edin to atawa beba ni bibi na apenyo marking tema obe obe secondly the nomination I also make it marking I think said that was the only thing, but it's good to say at the end of everything I'm saying juma or a procedure. So basically in all I think this was very smooth. And I'm saying, unlike the previous parliament,
of course, here, we did this parliament, son and numbers and 10 man, you being antagonistic parliament.
Oh, certainly, a bit, especially from the minority side now, so certainly they want to make an impact because already say a drew a vote in a year. Certainly, the majority side is going to take on this. So basically, from almost the debate, right, issues now, and how they're able to research to provide, other side of the issues now, it be a majority side, and not a bit to me, abua or more to me as standing out, right? So certainly, the acrimony will not be like the 8th parliament, right, because of the numbers, right? But I think that from the minority side, looking at their numbers, I think the quality of if it's a more presentation, any issues don't make it, will depend on how they're able to research, provide facts. Who say, they are making so sometimes it helps. You may be in the minority, but the quality of representation now with the Bebano and not to me, I bet me put to party in certain who share the last parliament, and even though the numbers were very close, but government once a ruling a party, they have so many at their disposal. But I think that the minority group, the NDC, at the time, to me, a projective, put you up certain things. It was convincing. Never be brave or wow. Share government, government embassy, say, but I think the NDC was very consistent about to me debating issues, raise issues, took issues to the government to the to extent say or minor, dissenting view, people will look at issues and say no, minority caucus a womb. So through the quality of representation, and then even though the numbers will be small, the majority can vote and get away with whatever they want. So what yes, yeah. It's always they say that majority will always have their way, but the quality and if it's a more presentation and also na bit to me abua edi omo party the bibia dia to so that even if in terms of voting omo end me enya issues now me raise I'm from Kasanso every way issues no man say no they are making sense, they are bringing so many things out. It's ni nyina no bit to me abua how or mine no it bit me atu mpon
o hwe ne akoso ya minority will be cooperative with majority ana.
Oh, certainly that we share the parliamentary practice history. That cooperation has always been there. It's not like they're going to cooperate on everything. There are certain issues they will have different views on the issues. So certainly and that is the good thing about if I say a parliamentary practice. You build consensus irrespective of the numbers now, the NDC, they will still have to let, they have to give reason. They might be to assume, say, quite we should a bit to me abo and that kind of thing. And I think the minority will also have their way. They who say no, majority can a idea or me for so, but maybe almost disagree, certainly they will make their their views to be heard. Ni nyina no betumi aboa how amamono betumi atu mpon. So it's not like they are, almost be beer there will be acrimony and all that, but certainly and then be or betumi a support a be so or do no certainly betumi say no e bia nka kwan yesu na nka yefa betumi aboa because the minority and I said the MPP as a party almost never be almost feel say be a coin na F5 bit my boy mine be so they may be so any NDC no bra so and they will and it's important they will make their views clear and then heard and not so bit to me aboa NDC so actually say kwa na mu ayetu and no bit to me aboa ya na
wohwe ne ekoso enso no baako ne se onga wie bibia ochena borokwa akoso the president in. What expectations here then?
Yeah, well, I think I'm also expecting say Bibia Bekosumu, Bibia Bekosuye, because at the moment, you know, I want to say after presidents around the world, leaders around the world, self free parliament in Anahifa, Eba, and you know, I was say as Omani, yeah, share say your leaders and so on, so on, be on November, ebi enunyambi aba Ghana because who took nsa good so betu nsa afro bi say e ba bedi edwuma yi e wo yo man mu bra na beboa ye anase bra na beta ye ti na ye bekọ na bi akwa enema bi a emfata. So I think say ochina, I mean it should be smooth as ne ye hu nu ne ekọ so e wo parliament you know so eri inu e bekọ so e wo Independence Square ebi omo free on so ombesa ba parliament abetua edwuma na omo wa. So I'm expecting say near you no ever parliament anopa yi no em say similar thing should I'm expecting say e bisa na besi ewo ochina nti e si san so a e di mpa na ebre oman no.
Can you say NDC won't abua to govern?
Yes, I think so. I think, I mean, from the onset, Oshe, I mean, the NDC manifesto, right? Oshe, and some say, because on this platform, you discuss the parties, you know, among manifestos, right? Ultimately, say NDC, you know, or prepare, messages, and one person, and Ghanaians are good. They are aware that Ghanaians are going to, I mean, to hold them into account. Right, so they are prepared, everything is ready. So I'm hoping that, I mean, appointment of ministers, you know, is not going to take time because one, President Mahama has only 4 years, so there is no time to waste. And to share from the I mean, just after the election, and then maybe almost to I think that they are not going to waste time. I'm sure, say, I mean, NJBiano. Nkurɔfoɔ a ɔmo ɛfa ɔba bɛfa ɔmo sɛ ɔmbɛboa no ɛde abu ɔman no ɛmi sɛ ɛnkyɛ bi ɔmo de biribiara bɛto. So in my view, no, I think the NDC is well prepared, and how they were able to prosecute the election, how ɔmo winning by this margin, no, biribiara kyerɛ sɛ NDC is well prepared because they have been in opposition for 8 years. So they have been in government, they have been in opposition. So certainly, I believe that the NDC is well prepared to continue with a Jumana. I was a leader, so a mine.
So we share NDC Mahama Wakatring say within the 120 days, you know, obey any maybe. Sanya Manokan, with my.
But yeah, we are expect once Omodia to paper or man, we were expecting, especially 120 days. So and we share on 120 days, and then our some person year. I think that to me because sometimes it may be maybe the two share the way now, especially exactly in the past. Yeah, some of the parties say in the first 100 days, you know, Accra will be the cleanest city. So, but we share a Juma, I will bet me Eddie Akos and what me say a bay, but we share the NDC a year because there are certain a year might be the next 14 days, 120 days, and maybe your may be a taxes are so made to me a. So we are expecting, say, no, also made to me a until ye the 2 million Eddie Asha Munsa, right? So at the moment, between entering and say, oh no, they will not be able to achieve that. I have the hope that they'll be able to achieve. Some months and Kasa Elmode 2 Krata so. Ama say a blueprint ni enti say they pay to me aye to omodia. So we are expecting that 120 days, you know, NDC should be able to achieve. If so, at least someone to achieve 100%, at least it should be a pass mark. We are expecting that at least 80% of what they have put on paper, no, at least I was to me achieving. And I believe that they will be able to achieve that. Looking at, I mean, in the manner of their attitude, because if you are going to say, obey taxes, free, you know, so a betting taxes, so say be a e-levy. So in the may, they are through parliament, you know, to me, I share, to me, assessor. say be appointed ministers e yade a me yi ni say e yade a e yade so na me bebre wo ha mo de ato omo ayi no a I believe say ometumi aye within that but na me can say at least someone to me in 100% I'm expecting that at least 80% there or say ometumi achieve not less than that. So when some way near so yes 1 2 3 if you say so we are expecting say even if it is beyond the 120 days but at least your mama is within 120 days, you know. I'm expecting that they should be able to do not less than 80% of that.
Sum namene Dr. Kwapong Kokasa. Dr. Madwe. Dr. Kwapong.
Pachote Minka.
Near Koi, Wuhunedeng, yo.
So say, Bibia Koyi, say at least ode to near Yehui back in 2020, or should I say 2021, January 6, ode to who now the Shania course in media. And now Becca say generally need Bibia call pepe. I mean, except for some brief moment na honorable Afenyo marking na emsa nkope say already ni issues kakra bi na ankede confusion kakra but I think so overall no process no was very smooth all the way from what by betna say what swear speaker ni swear parliamentarians ni in ya dia o ma journey ade ba kumuma na say na etre madwene kakra ye a clerk ne kind say one of the parliamentarians, I think so, no free Akwetia. Apparently, there is a court injunction against his participation in near course anyway. Into na kakra say fully aware say court akabibisa no still oba betna say to participate in the activities, even when clerk no or chair occasion no can rules no chair ni say if knowingly XYZ no or church in the humanity as I say there are consequences no the open defilement in my opinion of the court no I found it a little troubling say an incoming member of parliament BSR. After all, say we be more election anymore. Whatever I say court needed to 2 years. No. Say one away dibima and say she ain't no me no otrenga na court ni CSA assembly we. Now you are the duly elected MP from the area now. May full sense and say she for me that was a low point but overall no bibiako kama.
Ushe back when this speech on mine then message na yere pick your film and as a wo pick your film ma for say it is so many yedi ngene DH
Adeba kon kan yeah say the importance of political leadership for development and oracle about the importance of political leadership for development no on come executive no hope or refer to even members of parliament as well because most of the time no say utie young MPs one kasemwa one argument away and say one year agents of development one washemra at the same time no nkrofo would jejine then say one no emra no washe no edu abattle so mrea no woko no woye one campaign no washebo ye di nyuma beba ye besi mo alore kwan ye besi hospital na sabo yi wo sha say enye ne kwan so ne net say we are an agent of development into no main they say speaker no and for me that was my biggest takeaway to say uti hu tre won biom say look See, per development, we would have to show political leadership, which includes members of parliament, even if one who say, I am rapping a washer, as one so to meet as say, and yam rapping a washer. Now, say development, be back on money more, it now wants so.
Na yenge hu basabasa ye ne niema bi a ekwocho mfia nan etwamun we did say just because of the hang nature of parliament in Tiana and say MPs onga sua biribi fofora ofro say no wan comport won hu ye ndie de woro comport won hu ye biribi sa
a combination of near wabosoy. One, which is a 2020, the hang parliament in Tino. Say, Wosha will be speaker. Emma, enibre be mukakra, intine Emma, Sane Jofane, Hoye, Basabasa kakra. Plus, I believe, say, Wanga in looking back, no, Washa, Nenye Bibia, what per se, saying Sibium, Ewo parliament. Me feel say, the size of the groups so meaning we share numbers equal NDC now share numbers equal NPPR not even say we'll try say ube delay process now ube try so ube create confusion the overwhelming nature of the election results the Mijedi say had a bit of a humbling effect and so and then Sanye mean so I am believe he say a leadership nankasa so the home commodity in the background until so when you know major to say ye beto ama ye pe Babenas honorable Babenas speaker there and then that who here say ye try say ye be a roll call vote now be a try so be via ballot box akonia de into me pose ni na kahubina and may call more smoothly than near January 6, 2021.
Doctor, Mami Misao, Masam Titia, Ochana, Yari swearing, Anope Yari swearing in of the president. Then now we're expecting.
And also Beko Boko, I know we were saying the whole world is watching. Ghana democracy, has constantly been under watch, but also continues to receive good praises from different quarters around the world. We just say ubi any be way who ochna or menkasi anope. I look forward to President's speech and what kind of themes are obe highlight in the speech. So what waba na udin kunim the extent to which a wedding kunima, there can be the temptation to treat the mandate as a license to sebe yeniao, pay in terms of ignoring even other legitimate voices. Wobetmiaka so maybe a yenshe. These other or at least young contribute alternative ideas to whatever proposal is on the table. Opinion John Mahama Nubia or strike me as one or be misinterpret the mandate. But the themes are obe highlight and how he reads the results of the election and what he believes the Ghanaian people have empowered him to do. Will be I will be paying attention to hear what he says because Ebe set the tone for his presidency and hopefully the tone would because he's been met with a lot of goodwill and I hope says our goodwill obejina so na bosha washe Ghana for obedi so as much as he can yen na yen himself 4 years back Boshen so also inteno new bit to me onye mum because isi answer no Ghana funa ma yen ze wo hye wo mbo no wen ni so a edu abato a wo bebo wo nkai se wo hye wo mbo no wen ni so
Meba who so na me Dr. Ochire Santenkasa. Doctor, mema wachi.
Okay.
Doctor, mema wachi.
Oh.
Hello, Dr. Ochire, what menka?
Ametewonka.
Ane se ni ekwo parliament uhu ne den.
Oh. I'm say a bread can make a sending. Try a check. Na me minim say Ayabiano, as long as there is no competition, there wouldn't be any cause for infighting. Sending a year in 2021, Abrana, parliamentary proceedings now. The speaker AC so and a home corner. But obviously, there was not going to be anything untoward because there was nothing like any strong competition. I'm say those kinds of injunctions and I expected say those things could easily be nipped in the bud, Obi officer dream with respect to some of these things na also committee on time, what Dr. Osako Pon Kayano some of these issues, start here, you would take them for granted. But with time, we say no, when taking the right decision. But of course, I hope we say new BIA will not be any kind of fatal, will not bring any fatal effect on anybody. So that we all have a peaceful, country and a peaceful legislature to build with also executive to also ensure say so I think the program was quite successful, especially when you look at Aban Babin, Openi Aban Babin, with that vast experience, and a statement what the two about him, which is very, very instructive. You see, or say in his acceptance speech, Osisudia said, teams of unity, say collaboration, say Mwangasa, ebetimi akaka komo asem na we relate well with the other, officer. These are the important bulwark of democracy, of which he feels to say the 9th Parliament, having presided over the 8th Parliament, very hung with all the difficulties, I think with the 9th Parliament, it will be very easy to navigate. But he feels to say there is a need for some collaboration in Kabul and because there wouldn't be that much competition. And so with this kind of call for unity and collaboration, we feel those are important, tenets of democracy, and the growth of the country will be more assured in this.
Make us ene fachem ena be nundu anopei yunra Dramani Mahama obeso afun no wasua de achiro man no na oye say wi a obeyo mampanin ohwe the tax ahead obetumi.
The task ahead there, some because a better now as one for because I better is always a term on various campuses. It's definitely going to be difficult. The reason why it's very difficult, and I say there are when they vote for you in such a massive manner, it means it's a expectancy, at Nyankofo, and it does so obetimi ayeno, and that's why Yama woman also. Until with such high expectation, you need somebody like Mr. Mahama to be able to do that. But in the beginning, my dream said, yes, when you are doing campaign, it's different. When you have been given the mandate to rule, and see it different. And most of the things, if not all, are a bit dependent on the real state of the economy on being inherited. And say Miambia bi wɔ hɔ na so fi sɛ ɛbɛtumi ayɛ problematic in I think that area they will have to give an explanation and give the reason why BBC and I think it's with that ɛbɛtumi ama nneɛma akɔ so ama n'aban ɛno nkyɛn no nneɛma bi te sɛ he will want to organize, let's say, Essential Part 2. Essential Part 2, that will mean he will call on all stakeholders, more experts in various areas of policies, let's say policy initiatives, policy implementation, policy administration, there. So with people of such background, if they come together, he can easily come up with another homegrown policy. Obetimedia to IMF and him, for another renegotiation and a review of the previous way now. MPP Abai and IMF the Omansa Shasiano. That for me is something obetime I don't know. And there may be a work come within that 120 days now, office of Some of them are just by a stroke of pen. But of course, some will also come with some revenue effect. Like say be a wuyi levy, wuyi betting tax, wuyi emission tax in Nkonoba. If you have done this Senche Part 2 now, Abamu will say, okay, so to do this, to do that, this effect, okay. In the meantime, I don't want to appoint this number of people to run the affairs of the country. I'd rather reduce the numbers by appointing this. That in itself will bring this kind of revenue. So this time round, I think he will want to drive this economy using data. And so when you have this available data after developing, this Hinge Accord with that, you will be guided by this data, not just by mere sentiment and run the country with some kind of populism. Running an economy with populism, because we've seen it before, and with the benefit of hindsight, and as an experienced person who has been there before, he himself was faced with some kind of crisis, like electric energy near there, and was able to solve that before he left. So he's definitely going to meet some kind of crisis. In his case, he has energy crisis all the same. That has been looming. You could see Abaya Okwe was doing a top dressing, of the matter, and then propaganda running off all those areas. You cannot do propaganda with energy. It will affect your productivity. It will affect your tax revenue. It will affect so many things. And it is an area that you must treat with that kind of reality. Here is the case you have challenges to say, our area now, you get fund, the cap, the party, so the current government, when it takes over, is going to have these realistic challenges. And until America said, so I should find a way of dousing the expectation of the Ghanaian people and let them face the reality. Say it will take a little while before we come out, because already in Ankasano, you must start this year or something of that sort. But if we are able to do a proper renegotiation and then let IMF understand a few of those things, I think it's a bit me with the idea of doing something of that sort, a bit me some stability at the sitting area, because I'm not too sure we can easily go onto the Eurobond market and all these markets so easily and simply after he has taken over, because we need to show and demonstrate our ability to service our debt going forward. But if a renegotiation will suspend it a little for all of us, a bit me about economy not very stable. And once the CD is also stable against the dollar, I think that people can now plan a long-term, running of their affairs in terms of businesses, in terms of trading, in terms of importation, and so many things. But I believe, sir, with the benefit of hindsight, you should be able to do the kinds of things that Washa Boso Obetimi. But in your own team, like President for I thought to say A, B, C, and D. No, it's so no team the 2 petrol. I could do some purpose. And maybe the economy could have crashed. So he will also have to explain areas that he feels there are challenges that if you are no name say or name the enormity of those challenges at that time. So that time as well we take over no, A, B, C, and D. Okay, we are going to do A, B, C, and D. But we know the anyway surveyor, but we are looking forward to the next year or two and also that. I don't think it's many people will not understand that. It will mean you are preaching the reality for Ghanaians, and that in itself is a mark of transparency. Odinkan also can say, obey the books, at the AMA unions, because unions, the labor organization themselves are a problem because people have expectation. Already CTAG, aqua strike. So you're going to inherit the problem, of the exiting government. So if you open the books to them, it says that it's going to do so that they all create and share. So if we all create and we all share as a nation, we'll be able to say because Akwalabia Adrians and Papa was cut. And they say, we'll be sad dear friend Papa, will be sent according to our own preference and then the whims and caprice without knowing the actual purse and a salary and Papa edge. So with that, Emma Papa no enya out to him. And with the unions, no send your ding can that if he's able to do so, it will obey me ama or more expectation I managed. And with that, it means that he will still have the goodwill of the people and be able to manage the labor front. Because one that about me said that when the fundamentals are weak, the currency, the CD, yes, will show. I also said, no, when the fundamentals of the economy are weak, it is a labor front. The labor front will show because the labor front, they are the recipient of your policies. And if the recipient of your policies, it is visionary. There will not be that kind of unbridled agitations. And with that, I feel you'll be able to do something right for them.
Yabeda wase anadwo fan wo nkyerɛkyerɛ wo de aman megedi sa adeche animoteto a yabesan ba ho bi oni ato adwuma de no so yeda wase pa kwapon Dr. Mpacha wo ho Dr. Sankwapon and Dr. Jalilu wo so yembra ye be yo ye say yebenya breka krebia yo em say yembra ye be enunti atiefo ne ahwefo em say ahana bre bema yenkwan na dumadin ye dia bawie onyankopon mani mutetew na de pache nga ye beba ne abetu adwumadi no so edamase ade enchi.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye.